Good evening, everybody. How is everyone's day so far? Hello, hello.
That
We
conversation with
are
yourself is able to take
undeafened.
place, and then you can be like, "Hey, we're good," and like
Hi.
there is other ones. We just need to find them, and then going
I was hardware
to
muted. That's what that
um
was. Hi.
Hi.
Rip.
Gang.
Hello.
Hello.
Going to
Hello.
Kelps is
Hello.
even better because of that nerd
Well,
for Aristos.
wait. What were you guys talking about?
We're talking. Don't worry about it. I intend to do something when next we go to bed. Secrets. Don't worry about it.
I
I have
forget.
But
things
I
in plan.
suspect we shan't be going to bed this session.
What? No, that'd be crazy.
We'll see.
Surely we have a nap. Is my camera thing
Nap time.
acting up,
Oh,
or
I
is it okay
forgot
now?
to hold on. I forgot to do the thing.
You're fine. I just saw it. I was like, oh no. And then I looked back. I was like, hopefully it should be working. I swear. I promise. Also, if I need to get out of the camera so that way we can see the real like
Ah,
person everyone wants to see, which is my dog Cannoli chewing on her pork chomp, and that's totally fine.
Yeah.
cannoli. That's so cute.
The oil.
No, no,
He,
no.
she's trying.
Cannoli as in the dessert, not
I know.
canola as the oil.
Yeah,
Hello. I'm
no,
aware.
yeah, yeah. Her name's
Cannoli.
Cannoli. She just tried to kill
Cannoli.
me by gassing me out of the house, though. Apparently, Lord have mercy.
Amazing.
Oh my
Amazing. Gosh.
gods. So Jer and I live near clam flats. So we have to drive through them in order to get
Oh
home. And
no.
clam flats smell distinctly of ass. And
Yep.
I remember when we first moved out this way, whenever we passed through the clam flats, like I didn't know because I'd never lived near them before. I was like, "Babe, are you ripping ass?" And he's just like, "No, babe, it's the clam flats."
I That's how it was when I was in college. We had like a mushroom soup canning place near us, and so every single morning, I just didn't want to go outside because it smelled awful for like
Ugh.
3 blocks.
Ugh.
All right.
All
Yeah.
right, and our
Let's get our D20s.
our roll 20 thing is already not
Yeah.
working because why would it?
Amazing.
Why
What?
would it?
Oh, because you're on OBS now too, if I remember correctly, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm on OBS.
Great. Look at that roll.
Yeah.
Oh,
This is
these
gonna
rolls
be a night.
already look delightful.
Oh,
It's gonna be a
that
good
We're
good.
gonna do
night.
great, guys. It's gonna be
We're
great.
just waiting
I
on.
cast nat 20. Damn it.
Oh no!
Oh
There was a
no.
two. A two
And we don't
was
have
I
many
mean,
there.
yeah,
out tonight. So
it was close. My energies weren't aligned
Man.
properly. I'll try it better next time.
So for those who
I
don't
gotta pull up
know,
on my trackers real quick.
For those who don't know, before every session, all the players roll a d20, and whomever rolls the highest gets a d10 of inspiration to give to somebody else during the session. And it looks like Hex has rolled the highest tonight. So, Hex, you get a d10 to give to somebody else during tonight's session.
Dude, at this
Oh,
point, we almost
no.
need the D10 for the first rolls. Jesus.
Yeah, we got a 4, a 3, and a 2.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
We're just getting them out the way now. That's what's happening. It's just we're just getting out the way now.
Hopefully, hopefully.
You know, we say that every time.
Yup.
For those who are watching on YouTube,
One of these times gonna be right.
really sorry for missing last episode, last session. Right after,
Oh, no.
soon as we started, coming back to D&D after my family medical issues and holidays and whatnot, I caught the plague.
Not the plague.
Not COVID, but fuck me. It was one of the worst cold viruses I've ever had, and it literally took me out for like at least 5 days solid, and then the after effects kept me away for another like 10. It was bad. So that is why there was no uploads of Inkstained or Emerly Murders these past 2 weeks, because there was no sessions. But yeah.
You do your
Uh,
thing. You like it.
Yeah. So last Inkstained session, you guys had gone back to Einsborough to try to see if your other ox was there. And Ashram wanted to go check Emmerich's estate to go see if he could get some of his things. Unfortunately, going back to the scene of the crime, Ash was finally able to see that Emmerich's estate was burned down to pretty much its supporting structures. And though he was able to find his things, it almost came at a grave cost. Obviously, the Arbiters realized that Ashram would probably go back, and they were lying in wait. The party had another fight with 4, nearly killing Ashram in the process, and nearly taking Damien away. But they did manage to kill 4 for a moment. As they all were starting to leave the scene of the crime, 3 had shown up and reanimated him. So, thankfully, she decided to leave you all alone for a little bit and teleport herself and 4 away. You guys went back to Stonefruit Tavern, where Ashram had an encounter with 3, trying to get more information about Cece, because something particular about Cece seems to interest her. Ashram was shown Emmerich beaten, bloodied, and bruised, and obviously tortured in a stone room in the middle of nowhere, and threatened further violence upon Emmerich for information of Cece. Ashram refused the information and was left with the snapping of bone sounds as everything around him faded to black. And Aristos came to Pin, very weak, very strained, but was able to manifest outside of his altar, saying that he will reward you all greatly if you bring back pieces of himself. You guys have the Eye of Divination on you. So, Pin gave you all that information and strongly urged you all all of you, to head back to the altar to return the Eye of Divination. And that is sort of where we ended off. It is like new morning. You guys are sitting around for breakfast in the Stonefruit Tavern.
I think Ashram is eating after having sort of gotten that info dump and processed it.
Fuck.
Would there be a time when Penn is not around that I could talk to as many people as possible?
Oh.
I don't know.
I will say one minor retcon. I don't think Jonas handed the eye to Pin directly. I think he agreed that we are taking it back and that he will give it to Pin, but I think he's holding on to it for now because he is still attuned to it, and that is a process.
Okay.
We ended off in the middle of a conversation between Damien and Jonas about Jonas being more fishy than usual.
I remember doing my anatomy checkup, and your body said it was fine.
Yeah, everything seemed to come back normal.
We did not.
Yeah.
I also am just going to apologize for the VOD viewers. Monster Hunter Wilds came out, and my husband is playing it. I will do my best to mute my microphone when the DM is not talking, but you might hear him in the background now and again. But yes, you guys go back to what you're talking.
Don't worry, Oko. I'm also playing it in the background. No, I'm kidding. I would not do that.
Put it down.
Oko's face, the fucking cheeks puffed out when I said that. Oh man, that new model is great. It's not a new model, right? It's new tracking software.
Same model,
Yeah,
same
it's the
tracking.
phone.
It's just now I have an iPhone.
Right.
Them fancy cameras. First and foremost, I wish I had caffeine. That's like I'm just trying to get my gears turning here. Well, I guess Damien basically reports back and saying, yes, everything seems to be in order. I would like to run one more test if you're okay with that. I'm just going to see how you are, um, kind of ephemerally speaking.
Um, yeah. Although I would appreciate if we do that sort of one-on-one a little later,
That's
if that's okay.
perfectly fine. Damien
Um,
gives a nod.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
in the meantime, we
I want to streamline this because I can't remember because it's been 2 weeks if we did have this discussion. So I want to ask above board. Did we talk about how weak he sounded and how it's possible we might just be able to like let
we
him
had a
fall
whole
and die?
conversation that went 30 minutes
I was
overtime
I
on
was
whether or not we
almost
can
certain we
just
did.
beat Aristos, whether or
I
not we actually have to help him or if we can seal him
right.
away.
I thought we did, but I wanted to make sure that I
Yeah,
didn't leave that on the table.
so
All right,
yeah,
we'll move
just
on. I don't want
filling
to
that
harp on
in.
it again.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
so we've established that we will get to him and we will discuss our options.
Yes. No, that I do recall.
I know
Then
we.
if I'm being honest, I believe we have spent entirely too much time in this town and we need to move on. We have to
Yeah.
go now. No more talking, no more debating, no more conversations. We eat, we pack our shit, and we go.
Hmm. Okay.
That the tone of Ashram is that if he stays any longer in this town, he's going to have a breakdown.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I would just like to take care of something before we leave.
Yeah. No, that's you are welcome to do that. I still need
Let me
to.
know if
I have the control rod from that blacksmith still. I'll see if I can get that oxen moving. So I'll go speak
um
with.
let me know if you need any help. Otherwise, I am packing and I am getting ready to go.
I'll be fine. I won't really need any help with this.
All right, then I go pack.
Alrighty. Um, just because he knows that things tend to go awry, literally at every given opportunity, before they break out for town, Damien's gonna go, see if he can purchase any kind of flowers or perhaps find some. But if he can't, he is going to go and visit the cave where Nymphra is. It's basically serving as her tomb, I guess.
Yeah, you're
Uh,
very easily able to acquire a simple bouquet of flowers for, we'll call it 2 copper. Yeah, you can do that pretty easily.
do they have any lilies?
They do not have any lily of the valley.
Instead of a biscuit. Okay, I had to check. Uh, in that case, then Damien assembles his bouquet, and then just kind of solemnly makes his way to the cave entrance. Does it? I don't know. Just standing outside of it changed much, any at all?
There's some barricades along the entrances of the caves. You assume for people's safety. The miners are currently not working as they're still waiting for death shepherds and flocks from Vermont.
I'm so sorry, Oko. I stared into my monitor. Words were happening. My brain just was hearing white noise. I'm so sorry. Continue. Say that again, please.
Are we sure we're good to do tonight? Are we?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine. I just wanted to make sure. Listen. We're good. I'm fine. I'm good.
Okay. Yes. So there are some rudimentary, some simplistic barricades made out of wood.
Mm.
Across the cave entrances to keep people out as a reminder that these are currently dangerous until more support from Vermont shows up.
Okay. All right. Um, I mean, Damien just kind of looks to his left and his right. How's busy this particular area?
There's really nothing going on at the moment, and you don't see anybody. You do see Geese's tent off to the side.
Okay. Well, Damien's a proper sort, so he'll at least try the right way first. He's gonna go make his way over to Geese's tent real quick. There's not really an apparatus to knock, I'm assuming.
No, not really.
So he just says, hello, Pod? Geese, are you in there?
You
He
hear
kinda
some
just-
shuffling inside of the tent, some kobolds scurrying, and eventually the flap opens slightly, and Geese's snoot sticks out of the flat. What?
No. Hello, Geese. I'm sorry to bother you, but I was wondering if, while I know you have it barred off, if you could temporarily allow me access to the cave entrance over that way. And he thumbs over in the direction.
The head fully comes out at this point, and he looks up at you and he goes, "No. Nope.
Are you sure about that?
Geese
I
got
mean-
orders.
Okay. Orders from who?
Orders from Devcast.
Very well then. I'm gonna. No. He just like he kind of like shuffles for a moment back and forth, and then he looks down and he says, and he leans down a bit. It's like, I mean, are you sure? Listen, I know it's kind of a precarious situation, but inside that cave lies the remains of my mentor, Nemphra. I, at the very least, would like to leave something by. For our people, remembering those close to us is very, well, I mean, granted, that's important for everyone. I'm just, Namian gives him a very pleading look, and he says, please, I just need to be in there for a quick moment. No one will know.
Nope, not allowed. You are from Vermont.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a flock?
With me presently, no, they're still in repair.
Not allowed.
I mean, he kind of scratches his head.
If dead is important, Geese is expecting other people from Vermont. So,
Well,
what if you leave Geese with letter?
yes.
Geese can give letter to Death Shepherds.
Oko, I gave Geese a letter.
Shit.
I gave Geese a
did you?
letter.
Did you? Holy fuck.
I gave
Am I?
him a letter the first week before we departed. I gave him 2 letters because he was through the proper channel to get this distributed.
Hold on. You gave 2 letters. Okay, you sent 2 letters. I don't think you left them with Geese.
I can go back and I look through it, but I don't believe.
Yeah, the DM says that these the 2 letters Damien sent before embarking on the expedition to the ruins.
Okay. Well then, yes. Either way, Damien will say, I have already informed the Death Shepherds of the situation here. So help will be on the way, but he just kind of softens his expression and seems to visibly relent. I understand. Rules are rules. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Geese.
Nothing's stopping you from leaving flowers outside of the cave.
No, that is a very good point. Again, we simply have to do what we can with the cards we're dealt.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate your assistance anyways, Geese. Stay safe.
You too.
And he just motions away. And kind of goes, saunters off the distance for a while, watching the tent to make sure that Geese isn't watching him.
You bastard, you're gonna do it, aren't you?
I mean, yeah, listen, Damien isn't much of a rule breaker, but this one case is one of his few exceptions.
Rebellious.
And
I love you, Geese. Miss you every day, King.
for his credit, he tried to do it the right way. So as soon as he is pretty sure that he is in the clear, he is going to go over to the boards, and basically try and not make too much of a show of testing the sturdiness of them and trying to find the weakest ones.
So it's not like boards bolted across. It's literally like just a simple, like A-frame on either side and a board laid across. Like, this is something you can crawl under. This is something you can hop. Like,
Okay.
depends on, do you want to do it quickly or do you want to do it sneakily?
Damien's gonna try and do it. Well, okay, so it's morning. My gut tells me if I try to do it quickly, I'm going to fare miserably, so I'm going to do this sneakily.
Roll me a stealth check.
Okay. Please, 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 please. Can I? You know what? No, this will be fine. Nothing bad will happen.
No.
Famous last words. 17. Not bad. Not bad.
Okay, all right. We take those. We take those.
All right. So you quickly hike over the barricade and make your way on in. You stealthily make your way over the barricade and make your way on in. You don't believe that you've alerted Geese to what you have done. You are now back. Oh, that was a delayed alert box. Holy crap. Thank you, Raiders. Sorry. Oh my god, all of my alert box shit is delayed. Holy shit. Thank you for the resub, Greg. Sorry, folks.
Loud.
It was very loud.
Great.
All right, Base. You sneak over. You sneak your way in pretty effectively. You are now back in the caves where this is effectively the last time you saw Nemphra. You're. I would say you feel maybe a pain of sadness, maybe some guilt, as the last moments you saw your mentor alive sort of dance through your head again as you take echoing steps through these stony caverns. Are you keeping an ear out for anything that might be scuttling by?
Yeah, Damien's keeping an ear out. Once he basically has determined that he's no longer basically within eyesight of the entrance of the cave, he waves his hand, and from it springs his dancing lights.
Okay.
Keeping them kind of dimmer and closer to him, not super spread out. And yeah, basically as he walks through this, the further he gets in the cave, like, the more cold sweat breaks out on his skin, the faster his breathing picks up without him even realizing it. The hand holding the flowers begins to tremble ever so slightly. But even though he has basically this heavy mantle of grief slowly weighing him down as he goes further and further into the cave, he continues to maintain his pace. But to answer your question, Oko, yes, I am trying to be mindful of my scenario, because people die in this cave.
No.
Yeah.
All right. Roll me a perception.
Okie dokie. There it is. Oh, wow.
17, not bad, not bad. This is not the time for my computer to start freezing. Oh my god, please, PC. stop actively trying to kill yourself.
Don't do it.
Is there another? No? Okay. Sorry, I just gotta pull up some notes. I gotta remember what y'all were fighting here. Da, 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 da. I'm sorry.
We had the adult Kruthix, the Gribblies,
Do you remember what? Sorry.
and we
Do
had
you remember what they were called?
they're adult Kruthix in the monster manual.
Because I cannot remember their name. That is my problem. Thank you, Kruthix. That's what it was. We just defaulted to calling them Gribblies and just completely
Yeah.
rewrote what they were in my brain.
Well, that's what you called them in, or that's what you kind of described them as in
Yeah.
my session 00. So that's just what Yoda's called them from then on out.
Yeah, and that was the only like
In the canon
in-game
name.
information you guys had for them was they were just called Gribblies. Never mind the fact that that was just what Maria called them because she was a little country. She was a little bit of a hick.
Yeah.
All right.
Excuse me, pardon me.
I miss that queen.
You missed that queen. Yeah, you all never met her. It was only Jonas. All right. So yes, you continue on. You want to roll me an investigation?
Yeah. Bingo. Bungo. There we go.
13, not terrible. As you're making your way through trying to retrace your steps, you notice something a little odd. You walk down a narrowing cavern in this cave, and you come across a noticeable deviation in the path that you've previously walked. But it looks like the stone has been here the entire time. It looks like this wasn't caused by a cave-in or a rock slide or anything along those lines. It looks like this stone was the stone wall that now puts a curve in your path has always been there.
Even amongst all of the emotions kind of swirling through Damien right now, he cannot stop his inquisitive mind as one of his eyebrows shoot up as he begins to try and kind of consider the problem before him. The path is more or less still one way, correct?
You hope. You worry that the way this wall is curving, it might be sealed off.
Well, there's only one way to know. And he keeps forging on.
Okay.
But he is being extra careful now, as he has seen that things are not as they were before.
Yeah. Are you proceeding cautiously, stealthily?
I'm gonna lean more on cautiously than stealthfully, but wait 1 second. Hold on, I have to look at the thing. Don't I? Yeah, I have dark vision. That is correct. Okay. So, kind of seeing as how the variables have changed since last time, Damien is going to kind of push the moats further in front ahead of him, kind of like towards their max range, but keeping himself in darkness.
Okay. And what is your passive perception?
My passive perception would be 11.
Okay. It's very faint and very intermittent, but you think you hear a deep groaning rumble far in the distance as you continue to take your steps. Every now and again, you think you hear a pebble fall. Every now and again, if you place your hand on the wall as you're trying to guide your way through, you think you feel a rumble in the earth. There's something moving in here.
Hmm. Um. Damien has an internal conversation with himself. On one hand, you should listen to logic and reason and leave. There are dangerous variables mounting before you. On the other hand, Nympha's grave is still very likely somewhere in here, so you still need to give those flowers. You'll be a horrible apprentice if you didn't, so get to it. And Damien nods his head and keeps moving forward.
All right. You eventually make it as far as you can get in this path. You know, because you don't see the sign of you did a bloodied handprint, if I remember correctly, and you don't see dried flowers from the previous time you visited. You know that you're not to the wall that she shut behind her.
Right.
But
Things have changed.
You're as far as you can get. The cavern itself
As far as I can get.
has changed.
Okay. So it's safe to assume that this cavern isn't even connected to that area anymore.
It's safe to assume that.
Okay. Nothing's that simple, is it? Well, I suppose in reality it's more about the sentimentality of the act than, well, following proper procedures, I guess. Yeah. So Damien basically tries to find kind of the nicest patch of cave. Um and once he finds an appropriate spot, he is going to kneel down, place the flowers before him, withdraw his dagger, and he is going to do his best to recreate again the memorial from the last time he did it.
Okay.
And again, he takes solemn concentration as he rewrites out everything, trying to do his best to pay respects without inducing some kind of blood loss. And once he feels like he has done Nymphra's justice, he finally seals it with a handprint and then a measure of his own will. And then as he pulls his hands away, he wraps a cloth around his hand and he gets up and just silently to himself before turning and leaving, he just mutters, "I miss you." And he begins making his way through the cave. Not really bothering with the lights this time, but keeping his eyes and ears peeled.
Okay. If you are actively listening, did you want to make another perception?
Yes.
Okay. As you're making your way back, you almost see something faintly in the path before you. A single shimmering strand of something from the ceiling.
A single shimmering strand.
If you weren't actively looking out for it, you might have never seen it.
Damien follows the length of the strand.
With your eyes, I assume?
With my eyes, yes.
You look up and you see the oh too familiar face of a Gribbly. The strand is drool from its toothy maw.
I see. How close am I to the exit?
You're still a distance.
Okay.
I am going to reset the turn orders here, and I'm going to need you to roll for initiative.
Dun, 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 dun.
Don't
Alright.
forget to click on your token before you roll for initiative.
Yo, this ain't my first roll 20. I'm sorry. Oh, fun.
Ooh. How far down is the Gribbly token? Oh, it's probably so far down, dude. Oh, there it is. We're gonna keep this because it's a small, we'll say 10-foot wide cave. We're just gonna keep theater of the mind for this, just because I'm having difficulty keeping the fucking Roll20 shit up on OBS. Do apologize. Add turn. There we go. Ooh, not 34. There we go. Alright, Damien rolled a 5 for initiative, and the Gribbly rolled a 23. We're gonna change the tunes. Alright. The Gribbly is going to, as soon as it realizes it's been seen at this point and its stealth has failed, it is going to lunge from the ceiling down at you. And it is going to...
Okay.
Make 2 attacks on you. I'm assuming a 20 hits.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, and does a 12 hit?
A 12 does. Yes, it does hit.
Okay, so I'm just going to roll both damages together.
Okay.
That is a total of 12 damage as this bladed armed bug-like creature lunges from the rocky ceiling at you and basically stabs one of its forearms into your shoulder, and the other one bites down into your arm, into your forearm.
Oh my god.
Your turn. Are you there, buddy? Is my internet shitting the bed? Can anyone hear me?
No, I can hear
No,
you.
we still do.
I'm fine.
No, we're just missing a buddy.
Oh, did he BRB?
Buddy died in real life.
Oh no!
The Gribbly came out of the screen,
Quickly
attacking.
got him. It left a 5-foot hole in his monitor.
Oh no!
Man,
There we
what other way to cope but to send endless memes into the campaign chat?
Wow.
go. Frank, while we're waiting for a response from Buddy there, your...
Oh wait, I'm not allowed to send that.
Why are you not allowed to send that?
My
your...
thing guy.
Yeah, your cat
Yep,
died.
I just sucked. Yep.
Do you want a V2? Would that be easier?
No,
Or does it use the same
I
camera?
think. No, it doesn't use the same camera. I think
Buddy's
it's still weird.
Wi-Fi died!
It was no.
No! Oh, D does not like the long spider. I see. That's why you can't share that GIF.
I don't. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's not like I'm gonna
Ooh.
like freak out
There
if
it
I
is.
see it. I don't mind.
Is that
Oh
better?
my god, Frank, I forgot for a moment you bought one of the desk mats.
Yeah. It's a great desk mat. 10 out of 10. Sorry, guys. It was a limited thing. I don't know if there's any left to get.
There's
But
2
if you go-
left in stock. There was 3, but I actually packaged one up today. Somebody purchased one.
Hey, let's go.
All right. Well, with Buddy's internet dead, he said to
The
give it like
Gribbly got his
5 or
internet
10
first.
minutes. I tried so hard to like discourage Buddy from going into the cave.
I was hoping. I sent memes of like the tombstone, and I'm like, I know this is a joke, but also this is a very real possibility because like we have had multiple discussions that like Damien as a character is not combat heavy. He's very like I'm here to support.
He's a support class,
Oh.
and also he's a death shepherd without a flock.
And now with Damien in complete and utter danger, we cut away.
We cut away because no one knows because Damien didn't tell anybody.
Nobody knows. So
Yeah, that's the worst part, honestly. That's rough.
yeah. I guess let's
Ashram's
let's
busy,
put a pin
but
in it.
When Damien said he had something to do, Jonas knew exactly what he was going to do. He did not think that he was going to get himself caught, and is just going to go about his day.
Yeah.
He thought, oh, understandable. I thought like maybe he was gonna do what he did at the beginning, where it's like see the memorial and then be like, okay, we'll come back like we said later.
I didn't think he was
Now
gonna
is
jump
not
in.
later. Now is not later enough. Again, Earth golems.
Yeah, that was another thing too. The fucking earth elementals. Like, I was just like, dude, are you sure?
Yeah, when
Hi, buddy.
Damien said,
Hi.
like,
We were just discussing your
forget it.
eulogy. That
That
Cece was
attack
gonna
hit me
write for you.
so hard it killed my internet.
Gribbly flew out of the monitor at you.
Gribbly chewing on the fucking Ethernet cable.
I hate that my brain is so fried. All I could think of was the gif of freaking Foxy from FNAF like jumping at you. Just, "Ah!"
All right. So, did you take the 12 points of damage?
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
was
yeah,
it 12?
yeah,
Hold on.
yeah,
Let
yeah.
me double check. Yes, it was 12 points.
Yeah,
of
it was
damage.
12.
All right.
Um,
Ooh, the rolls are there.
yeah,
Hi.
Damien at this point. Oh, hi.
Hi.
Damien, more at this point, strangely enough, there's still the shock of being hurt, but with everything that he has experienced up until now, he just seems more annoyed that the Gribbly is biting him. It hurts like hell, but it's not new.
All right.
Oh, accidentally. I didn't. Okay, apparently you can zoom in on the character sheet. Did not know you could do that.
Neither did I.
I accidentally held down spacebar and hit the scroll wheel, and turns out that that's the secret button.
Oh, see, mine is control.
Okay. So this guy did his thing, so now I get to slap him, right?
Yeah. It's your turn. He is basically up in your grill. He's not grappling you. He's not sharing a square with you. But thematically, he's still basically on your torso.
Mm-hmm. Ugh. See, this is the issue of being a wizard who doesn't pack point-and-click enemy be gone spells.
Uh-huh. And for
So-
being a Death Shepherd without half of your kit at the moment. Rip.
Oh yeah, no, it's
Rip
okay.
John Doe just rotting back in DevCast.
It has not been a good week for Damien. Again, not couple of weeks, week. Roughly. No, wait, no. Like 2 or 3. Whoa. Over in-game time, this has taken over the course of like 3-4 weeks? Like a month?
Since the start of the game, I think we're tickling the end of 2 months at this point.
Okay, alright, yeah. So... he hasn't had it very good.
2 months is a good run. That's a good run, I think.
Yeah.
26 episodes, the last one tonight. Mio could have prevented this. No, I'm kidding. She could not have.
Yeah, she could. She just picks Buddy up.
I was like, Payne would have snuck behind Damien and followed them basically.
Oh! Right. Okay. Then I'm just gonna go ahead and go with the tried and true Damien is done with bullshit, 3rd level cast sleep.
All right. How does sleep work again? It's based on health,
It's
right?
creatures. Yeah. It stipulates creatures, and then basically, if I can make its current health with the dice I roll, I can just tell it to go to sleep.
Is there a distinction between creature and monstrosity? Or is creature the catch-all for... Yeah, I think the creature's the catch-all.
Monstrosity is a creature type.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, calculator, I've got it right here. 24 plus 17. Does it have less than 41 hit points?
It does.
It passes out, and Damien walks out of the cave. As he raises his right hand, his expression annoyed, sad, and honestly, he just pours all of the negative emotions he has whirling in him right now into a roiling black mist in his right hand and flings it at the creature. And once it connects with its face, it just flops to the ground. Snoozing.
You hear this disgruntled yet fighting sleep trill. You watch its spikes on its back sort of flutter as it wobbles in its stance, and then eventually it kneels and conks out.
See, not even that hard. Just could have just left. As he walks over the creature, making sure not to step on it.
All right. You don't encounter any additional trouble, and you leave the cave.
I remember why I packed that spell now. Yeah, after that, Damien basically he makes his way towards the exit of the cave and then just does his best to kind of shamble out from behind the barrier. I guess trying to be sneaky again.
Did you want to roll me an additional stealth?
Yeah, I'm gonna roll an additional stealth just to see if I can. Hey, alright, we take those.
Yeah, 20. You, despite the fact that you are actively bleeding, you managed to sneak out. Geese is none the wiser.
Yeah, Damien, basically doing his best to clamp down on the bleeding. And he basically, he sighs, he looks up, and he sees because, one of the buildings closest to, the kind of mining encampment area is the church, right?
Yeah, the church is is sort of the closest to the mining encampment.
Yeah, Damien just kind of ducks his head and starts sauntering over there, and he's gonna pop in there and see if somebody can just kind of do something about his bleeding wound. But I don't know if you want to expedite that or have that be a bit.
There we go.
Okay, all right.
I think I might expedite it. You are able to get healing done by one of the clerics in there. I need to remember their names. It's been a while since we've talked about them. Stain notes. You think I would have put all these up before session, but no.
There's Oland, and there was one normal.
Yeah, so Quinn.
Oland and Quinn?
Yeah, Quinn is the head cleric, and she is there. However, she gets Arthur, who is a younger-looking human male, to heal your wounds. Quinn, however, she's a high elf. She is the head cleric there. She does give you quite the scolding because she knows exactly what caused this.
Yeah.
She knows exactly what caused this because the clerics and you and Nemphra worked together when there was that first attack.
Yep.
Let's see.
He takes the chewing out with grace. He knows what he did.
Arthur is able to heal you 4 HP.
That's good enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. That at least means that I'm not going to be bleeding out. Damien thanks him graciously and asks if they have a donation box.
They do, and you are directed to it.
All right. Damien goes over and he puts in 2 gold pieces.
Big spender. All right.
Well, I know that they're not necessarily my friend, and I still want to be nice.
Yeah. All right. We'll put a pin in Damien's. Ash is packing. Mio's not here, and I guess Pin's just going to be patiently waiting. Cece, Jonas, are you guys doing any prep before y'all leave?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I was just gonna follow Jonas behind.
Yeah, I
basically
imagine
the thing.
last episode, bartender lady whose name currently evades me. Gertrude, thank you. She mentioned that where the ox was taken, given we kind of left it parked just in front.
Yeah. I believe she mentioned that the ox has been moved to behind the tavern, and that a local tinkerer was able to hack it essentially in order to move it.
Nice. Yeah.
You go
Alright.
directly to the ox?
I believe I shall.
Alright, you guys make your way to behind the tavern, and you see it. There, it looks as if it hasn't really moved since it was originally brought behind the tavern. You've only left it for...
Like 3 days.
Yeah, you guys were in Devcast
I would
less than
say,
a
yeah.
week.
Jesus.
Yeah. But yeah, eerily motionless and still, awaiting to be revved to life, essentially.
Alright.
Go ahead.
Eunice will sort of walk over. He'll flip the control rod in his hand like a cartoon mechanic. And I am assuming there is a port somewhere on the neck or somewhere where there would have been a harness attached in order to connect it up to the caravan.
Bang on. You run your hand along one of the back metal plates along the neck, and you happen to find that port. Engraved around that port are a series of runes, probably foreign to you as you don't really study magic.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it doesn't
Unless
take
it's
you.
just the only chance that Jonas would recognize them is if similar runes were on the magic engine of his boat. And that's about it.
Ooh, then yes, some runes are familiar to you.
Okay. He doesn't know what they mean. He's just seen them before.
You've seen them before.
Here
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
probably.
But yeah, you insert the control rod and you give it a quick twist, and you watch as from that port itself the runes suddenly fill with this bright orange glow, as you immediately feel a gust of heat against your chest. That orange glow emanates throughout the body of this and highlights any other runes that are along the metal pieces of the bowl, before eventually you hear this deep exhale. And you, Cece, you probably spot it better than Jonas does, but steam erupts from the nose as it starts to move slightly organically.
You just probably hear a deep sigh. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Jonas just like runs a hand along its, like, kind of, like the top of its head and goes, "Yeah, you and me both, buddy."
No, Steve in the back is just like hands on his side, just like, "Oh, thank God! I don't think any of us could have carried that back."
So I suspect that I will be manually sort of turning it with the control rod the whole way back. when we're ready to leave.
Yeah, you do suspect that you might have to mount this and sort of use the control rod as a gear stick.
Okay.
Might be made easier with a saddle, but also, if you want to bareback it, you go ahead, buddy.
Jonas is self-cooling. It'll be fine. He's cursed.
You don't say.
Cece's just gonna ignore as you get onto it, just like, why is there steam rising from underneath you? That's not how where the engine is. You know what? Not my circus, not my monkeys.
Yeah.
We're
To be fair,
fine.
we literally had an instance where Jonas walked, like, took one step into the caravan, and the fireplace just went out.
Not true.
His vibe does not go well with fire and things.
I think this might be the first time Cece notices it, because I realized Cece's always had like a coat on, so he wouldn't notice the cold. He would just be like, oh. Wait a minute.
The fish boy is chibly.
Yeah.
All right, do you guys do... Ah! Sorry, I knocked over my teacup.
That's
It
why,
was-
like, every
it was
time
empty.
he would...
But it was fine.
It's like, when we first got it and Jonas put his hand on it, it was just sizzling.
Well, I mean, anyone's
yeah,
hand
I will-
would sizzle, but...
Yeah. I mean, like, the metal was sizzling. But I will bring it sort of around the side.
Oh, this is going to be interesting because this isn't like controlling a...
Yeah, that's the thing is,
this
He's
isn't
gonna
like
sort of-
controlling a vehicle.
it's going to be a learning experience for him to figure out how he's maneuvering this thing. So I think that's what he's going to spend the next 10, 15, however long it takes Damien to get back, and Asherim to pack, sort of getting his bearings with it, because he had a teacher for how to drive the cart. This is kind of raw dogging it.
He's
Yeah,
1000% is gonna give Bardic inspiration if necessary.
Yes, still on.
This is going to be interesting.
All
Okay.
right.
I'm going to get you to roll me in...
Yeah,
We'll see.
very, very basic understanding things he's picked up from Hira.
Yeah.
In
Let's say acrobatics to try to imitate what you would need on a mechanical bull at a pub.
Can I help? Can I help and just kind of be there, be like, I'll catch you if you fall. It's okay, don't worry, Jonas. I'm right here.
I think
I don't know how much help that will provide to Jonas's core strengths from not sliding off the bull. I mean, like, I will confess, it's not going to be super high DC because this thing isn't trying to buck you off. This is just more so your ability to move and maneuver with the creature.
I think as he's like climbing up onto his back, he makes some comment about how never having done this sober before.
You just,
And
you
I roll a
just hear, see Asherim lean out the window and just be like, "You have to flick your wrists. You gotta flick,
kill
flick
you.
the wrist. Flick the wrist."
Stop mansplaining magic!
I should have left you to the Tempest Shadows.
That's
Hey.
crazy to say. Holy shit.
Wow.
All right. With a 7, you go to shift. You go to push the control rod forward a little bit in order to get this thing moving. And the sudden lurch of the bowl, you were not prepared for it. You fall off of the bowl.
And I try to make an attempt to catch him, like I said I was going to do.
Yeah. Roll me in athletics, acrobatics,
We'll do acrobatics. I'm better at
whichever
that.
one.
A 9. Oh no.
You
End up in a pile.
you catch Jonas asterisks, as in you both are on the ground now, but Jonas landed
He's
on
on
top
top of
of you. Yeah. Not in a
My bad.
weird fucking anime romance way. In a this
Oh.
motherfucker collided with
like
this other
a dog
motherfucker
pile.
kind of way.
In an uncomfortable, there is a fish that is 90% bone now on top of you.
Comprised entirely of elbows in your
I
rib
just-
cage.
Just open air flopping like a fish would on a boat, just trying to
You just hear Cece underneath just gasping like,
blah 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 blah.
I really should have gotten like a pillow instead of being one. This isn't as comfortable. Please get off.
Jonas will sort of stand up, dust himself off. Well, it was an admirable attempt, but not an interesting one.
It's making
Or- But not a fun
like
one.
Gmod like sounds as you like bash up against each other.
Yeah, the prop collision noise.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, want to give it another
I
go?
think-
Get back on that bowl?
I think I get back on the ox.
All right, give me another acrobatics.
I think I'm holding on a little tighter this time, but other than that, not 20.
Hey,
Let's
nat
go.
20! Nice.
Let's go.
All right, yeah.
Focus.
You're like, okay, it's not too dissimilar to being on top of the boat during a fucking storm. Let's go back into this. And once
Yeah,
you're
I got
able
this.
to apply that sense of logic, you're able to actually stay on a little more masterfully this time.
Oh, joy.
Just as under my breath. Oh, thank God I didn't have to be a pillow again.
Perfect.
Jonas will turn around. Well, as soft as you are.
I'm not. Just because I'm soft doesn't mean I'm a crash pad.
Sort of cheeky smile. Anyway, we're gonna move the ox.
Wife.
And Cece, from observation, he is having entirely too much fun with this.
Oh God. Jonas is going to become like one of those horse riders. Somehow has a pole arm. Horse combat 24/7. Except it's a seahorse.
Not the ox-mounted fish.
Just you wait until Devcast figure that they make motorbikes.
I will say,
No.
I feel like, just as a funny thing, I feel like Cece's also just going to comment, like, why does it smell like someone's grilling salmon?
Oh my
Roasting
god.
buns.
Just fucking fish fillet over here. Oh my god. Alright. Is there anything else you two are doing?
I'll probably, like, while Jonas is doing this, because I'm assuming it takes a little bit of time, is probably just confirm. He's like, so are we on the same page that we're going to go to Kelpsa first, and then hope and pray that the what's the word? Eccentric, who knows more about Aristos, might hopefully say that there's another temple that's not all the way over here? Or are we just gonna try to go there?
I thought we were
I
going
do
back
not
to
think.
the
Look, if the arbiters still have 3 eyes on us, I do not think we are making it back to the cave in one piece.
Fair.
Not unprepared. We have
No.
to go somewhere else first. Whether it's Devcast, Kelpsa, I don't care. Kelpsa is preferable.
Yeah,
Kelpsa we
I
can
thought-
get a key, Kelpsa we can get information.
I thought the whole idea was
I
to
did
give
also
him
spend-
back the eye to get more time so that we can go
Is
to Kelpsa.
Ash just hanging out the window again? Y'all just shouting this?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ash is just packing the bag, hanging out the window. Like, okay, I would love to give the eye back immediately, but getting there is not something within our repertoire, and I'm not having you do that, gesturing at the ink, to teleport us again.
Oh, it could go bad. But, I mean, they wouldn't expect it.
That's what you said about the house.
And we've been to...
I
And
think
we've been
you
to
using
the
magic
cave.
to get us somewhere is exactly what they would expect.
Yeah, but they
but-
wouldn't know where we're going.
they can talk to us at any point in time from anywhere in our heads. I feel like not knowing where we're going isn't an issue because they will always have tabs on us.
That's a you problem. They don't speak to the rest of us.
True.
But the point is,
What
they've
I
got tabs
could
on
do,
us.
what I could do, right? I mean, it is. I'm saying this as an option because it is dangerous to do. But if we want to get there right away, I could put a private sanctum down, in an area, and then teleport from that, and they would not be able to locate
But they'd
us.
immediately get a lock back on him.
But would they though? Because they
Yeah.
didn't come after us. They waited here for me to come back, which makes me think I don't know if they know where we are.
But here's the thing: it was only 2 of them, and I guarantee you, there's more. Considering that there was the one in your house that started this whole thing, so I feel like they definitely have resources to both wait and also track.
They have the
Oko, I
entire
know.
institute behind. Resources.
Oko, I know
but they have
divination magic usually requires a roll. Is there some like flavor context that would, because I haven't made any rolls to like prevent a divination spell from tracking me. Would there be some kind of like flavor way that Ashram would know? Well, I haven't been tracked, so is there anything like
roll
that?
me an Arcana. Roll me an Arcana.
Okay. Let me pull up my roll 20, which I definitely have up, and I'm not loading it. No, I do have it up. 1 second. Arcana.
My dog.
Come on. There we go. 12?
Oh boy. Okay. You have not felt a scrying influence.
Right.
You have not felt an influence from a spell.
Right. Now, granted, I know that would mean that I haven't been scryed on, but it could also mean that they're using something else to scry on me. That is possible. Like they're doing like a locate object instead of a scry. But that seems unlikely. And also, locate object is with a very specific range. So, yeah, I think I'm come down. I'm not gonna shout this across the fucking street. I'm gonna come down and just be like, yeah, look, it's risky, but if it gets us there faster.
Look, just the
Um,
teleport. The private sanctum is completely unnecessary. I'm not worried about us being the teleport being tracked. I'm worried about that
Yeah.
ink doing more to change you than it already has. We've already got one rapidly mutating fish demon in the group. We don't need more unknown
Look,
variables.
You saying that is when CC notices the tail finally.
we have been debating this course of action back and forth for what seems like months now.
It certainly feels.
I believe we need to pick a plan and do that plan today, or I'm going to have a nervous
Yeah.
breakdown.
We're going
And
to kill
CC, yeah, CC steps
Okay.
in at this point. Is like, let's do the thing
Because-
that takes the least amount of magic from us. Let's
Okay.
take the ox.
Because I'm just
Two-
saying this. The last time we had this conversation / argument, I feel like it was the opposite thing. Like we wanted to go to the cave first.
The
Mm-mm.
issue
So if there's-
is no,
Mhm.
and the you're right. Aristos is the current priority, but we cannot do that until we have a way of getting there
Okay.
unhindered by those things, he says, pulling out the
Right.
mask, the sort of battered mask of 4 that he is still
Okay.
carrying.
Okay. So in that case, we will go get the rest the cart, and we will immediately head for Kelpsa without delay.
Pin is small and relatively quiet, unaccompanied by Stein. So it might be a little startling when you hear them pipe up. But if we go to Kelpsa and one of us needs to use our ability, if Ash needs to use his ability and fails resisting, he's gone. Aristos said if we bring the eye back now, he will give us another boon.
Yeah, this is why I'm saying we go that way.
But if
Why.
But if Asherim attempts to use the teleport to get us there and fails,
Well,
Then
I don't
we can
think
just
we
walk
have
it.
to worry about it. I don't think.
Actually,
I think
wait. Here's
walking is
quick.
fine.
it took 3 days. It took 3 days with 2 oxen. How long will
Yeah.
walking take?
Quick. Can I suggest one thing? Because we're going to two extremes. If we get the oxen to Devcast from here, it takes what? And what was it, like out? It was like an hour over tables from teleport to Einsborough, roughly.
The
Yeah.
teleport and it would probably take you guys, it would take you guys an hour to get back to the teleportation pad nearby.
Yeah.
Right.
So it takes an hour to get back to Devcast. We take the oxen back to the car. The person has already told us that if someone has mending, depending on the damage, they might be able to mend the ox completely back onto the cart with no issue. And CC looks at Pin. I know you have mending, considering Stein and everybody else, because while I'd love to heal Stein, it never seems to work when I try. So, and like I think, and I remembered CC has asked Pin potentially in the future to teach him mending for his clothes, like specifically his gloves. So he's like, so let's go to Devcast. It's going to take less than 2 hours. We see if we can get it connected back on, which, considering it was a completely sheer cut due to the teleport circle, hopefully it shouldn't be too bad. And if it's connected, doesn't seem to have any issues, we come back. Since we'll have a cart, we can take the same teleporter, and then we take that there. It still may be a little bit longer, but it won't be nearly as bad. We do still have the overclock
Also-
function with the oxen, and then we still get there.
Also,
It'll take a
I'm
lot
not
less time.
sure-
We'll be able to be
I'm
moving
not
constantly.
sure why 3 days is a problem at this point. They can come after me at literally any time, and going to Kelpsa is gonna be dangerous without an extra boon, much less, otherwise.
I think
So
that Cece's plan's pretty solid.
Damien suddenly
Yeah.
just shows up, covered in blood, by the way.
What? Okay.
Don't worry about
Ashram
it.
is starting to hyperventilate. We need to execute on this plan without delay. Like now. Like no more talking, no more discussing. We are going to get the cart. We are going to the cave. We are done with this conversation.
Okay.
Which of that should I do?
I'm sorry?
I mean, unless we're all
Huh?
moving as one unit, I wasn't sure if we were all going to assemble the cart inside. In fact, actually, yes, I will be going to Devcast with the cart either way. Don't mind me. I'm gonna go grab my bags. Wait, do we already have our bags?
You probably do not have your bags yet.
Ah, yes, okay. I'm gonna go get my bags.
Unless you want to say that you grabbed
Damien.
them before coming down. Before meeting up with them as they're all talking loudly outside, question mark?
Nah, Damien would have seen them, came up, seen what was going on, and then gone to get his stuff.
I apologize. I feel like, because I did very specifically say I was going to stay in the background and go with the flow for a bit, but that flow is bouncing between 2 different options
No,
literally every other
you
hour.
You are right.
We need it.
This
We
is-
need a plan.
Pin, do you think you can fix the card?
Yes, I think I'm
you
capable
think
of
you can
fixing
just-
the cart.
Okay, cool. Let's do it.
All right.
And nobody has to use magic from Aristos, so nobody explodes.
Yay!
All right, then I'm ready.
Okay. Damien on his way in there. He just wants to bug Gertrude one more time as he goes up to her. If that's cool with you, Oko.
Yeah?
You're still covered in blood again.
Yeah, you're covered
don't
in
worry
blood
about it.
again.
Every time she sees you.
But yes, you go into the tavern. It's getting on for lunch, so it's a little busy in the tavern at the moment. But you do see Gertrude sort of making her way out of the door behind the bar from the kitchen to go back behind the bar. You see her placing down some more cups behind the bar, probably freshly washed from the back.
Damien approaches and just gives a meek wave. And he just says, "Hello, Gertrude. Do you have a moment? I'd just like to ask you about something.
Yeah,
Don't mind this. I'm fine."
She looks up, she hears your voice. She goes, "Oh, son, what are you doing again?"
I went and visited what was supposed to be Nympha's memorial.
You weren't supposed to
not-
be able to go into those caves. Did Geese let you
I tried. I mean, I asked for permission first.
in? Did he let you in?
Oh my god.
Not necessarily.
Oh my.
I couldn't go in and out of town without doing something. I'm okay. It was just one of those.
Listen, look,
Damien snaps his fingers for a
darling,
second.
darling, shush. I understand
Right.
what you were trying to do. But what would have happened if you didn't make it back out of that cave? Going off to go see your mentor. Do you think you would have been able to talk to her in whatever afterlife you all believe in? Dying to go see her? What do you think she would have said?
Damien has a complex expression on his face right now. Because the first answer that he wants to say, he says, "Well, the thing about that is, I wouldn't die." And then he kind of wagers that that's probably not the appropriate response, and then he just looks up and he says, "You have a very good point. I'm sorry. He kind of scratches the back of his head before kind of settling his hands on the end of his ponytail, twirling it. It's just, well, you know how it is. When you miss someone, you do just about anything to make that feeling a little bit more bearable."
When you miss someone, you should keep them alive in your thoughts and your memories. And you should live knowing that they would want you to continue doing so.
You know it's no fair when you make sense.
What do you mean it's not
Nympha did
fair
that.
when I make sense? Clearly somebody's got to be talking sense around here. You came in yesterday covered in blood, and then you come in again today covered in new blood.
I mean, yes, at this point it seems to be a trend. I'm not too fond of it. But
Then why do you do
all
it?
of that aside. Well, well, I do it because I need to help people.
This wasn't helping people, this was serving you.
And he nods in the affirmative. Well, yes, this time, but when I was bloody last time, I was trying to help someone.
Excuse.
I-
No.
Okay. All right.
Sunflower,
I won't.
you gotta take care of yourself.
I'm, yeah. Figure at, this rate. He kind of tugs at the torn part in his clothing. There won't be much left of me other than rags. But that's not why I wanted to bug you, though I do genuinely appreciate it. He puts a reassuring hand on Gertrude's shoulder and gives her a squeeze.
Just extends the bloody hand forward and puts it on her
No.
shoulder.
No,
You were
it's
just
the
tugging
unbloody-
at your bloody rags.
He only
Oh,
has
well,
one
yeah,
bloody
with
hand.
my bloody hand. I have a clean. Damien's smart enough to keep a clean hand.
All right. Sorry.
Listen, you can. Yeah.
Sorry, just give me
No,
2 seconds.
yeah, no, I love
we
the
had a
imagery.
raid and then immediately a follow. I'm not ignoring chat. Thank you all so much for, oh my god, another follow. Thank you all so much for the follows and whatnot. I try to focus on my players during D&D sessions, but welcome on in, raiders. Welcome on in, new followers. My name is Okomie. You can call me Oko for short. I'm an English VTuber and a casual elven e-girl. I'm a variety streamer, which means I get to stream whatever the fuck I want to stream. And Saturdays are for D&D. We are on episode 26 of Inkstained, following a band of misfits who have been cursed by a very angry god, with given the task to collect the parts of him that gave mortals magic. So their task is to effectively remove magic from the world, because he is not pleased with how magic is being used destructively and for evil and so on and so forth. So if you guys
magic being used for evil?
if you guys are interested, the VODs, the previous episodes, are uploaded on my YouTube. Feel free to type !socials to get the links for all of that if you are curious about the series so far. All right, but sorry, back to the innkeeper, Gertrude, scolding Damien for fucking charging into near-death situations.
Again.
Again!
For such a calm and collected guy, I seem to have a knack for getting into chaotic situations. But Damien asks, so again, just as a reminder for you, Oko, part of one of the things that Damien did before he left was he gave Gertrude one of the hearth charms to be installed here, because he got her okay to basically try these, with the understanding that this would basically help ward off evil spirits and basically bolster positivity. I can re-ping the spell if you want.
Yes, please. Oh, is this a chicken
Baba
bone
boy.
spell?
This is the chicken bone spell. And Damien just asks, since the charm has been in place, how have people felt staying here? Have you personally noticed any difference?
Oh, well, I mean, it seems business as usual. There's a number of disgruntled people because the mines are currently closed and they're not really able to work at the moment, living off of the universal basic income from, DevCast and from the Sovereign. But, I mean, everything seems to be fine.
Okay. I'm glad to hear it. I don't imagine anything dramatic, but I just wanted to check in with that specifically. Well, I hate that we kind of do this whole thing. We're going to be setting out again here soon, literally now. Right, he slaps his forehead with the bloody hand, leaving a print on his forehead. I need to go grab my bags. We're getting ready. I just, more than anything, wanted to take this opportunity to reiterate that I genuinely appreciate what you do here, Gertrude. This safe haven you have created here is something straight from the gods. Thank you again.
I appreciate it. It's been really lovely meeting you, Sunflower, but you gotta promise me you're gonna live again, like long enough for me to hopefully see you again.
Damien considers for a moment, and then he holds up his right pinky from the blackened hand, and he says, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this custom, but this is something that we refer to as a pinky promise.
Oh, darling,
It's
4-year-olds
considered
are familiar with a pinky promise, and she'll reach a hand forward.
There we go. Damien locks pinkies and he says,
Good lord.
I promise I will do my best to take care of myself and come back here someday in the future in prime and proper condition to enjoy your lovely cooking and company again. I do hereby solemnly swear.
She will sort of tighten her hand and sort of like pull you closer to her in sort of a, we're going to have a discreet and stern conversation. If you come back into my tavern one more time covered in blood, we are going to have words.
Thank you, Gertrude. And with his other arm gingerly trying not to cover in blood, he pulls her in for a hug.
She will accept. It's a bit of a firm hug. She is, you get from this that she is concerned. She's worried.
Mm-hmm.
But she cares about you. That's why she's concerned and worried.
Oh, yeah. No, and again, Damien, he does give Gertrude a genuinely good squeeze, as he cares about Gertrude, too. And, well, he lets go after, a tender moment. And then, he says, you're going to, he just kind of points at his shirt. I kind of got blood on you.
Well, now I have to go and change.
Yeah, I really didn't think about that before I went in for the hug. You deal with that.
It's not the only thing you haven't thought about yet today. All right.
Yeah, you've got a point.
Unfortunately, I can't run an establishment like this. I need to go. Travel safe.
And I need to pack my bags. They
Be
will
safe.
leave without me if I do not get ready soon.
All right. Go on, get out of here.
Damien hurries up to his room, does his best to switch into clean clothes, and then hurries down with his assembled belongings.
All right. By the time you come back downstairs, Gertrude is nowhere to be seen.
That's fine. Damien has said his, he has made his peace, at least for now. And yeah, at least now that he has some better clothes on, he's okay. He just kind of breathes in the atmosphere one last time, not sure when he'll come back, and then heads out to join with the rest of his party.
All right. Is there anything anyone else needed to do before you all set off?
No, I'm ready to get this
Gamble.
damn card and Ox combined again.
No. Let us go.
All right. Jonas, I assume, is riding the ox to move it back to the teleportation pad?
Yes. Yes, I am.
All right. With that nat 20 earlier and you guys are not under any stressful situations, I'm not going to make you roll anything for it. You guys trek the hour back to the teleportation pad. You go and it is set up to not require somebody there. So you guys go, stand on it, it is activated, and you get that familiar, unsettling to some sensation of your feet falling out from underneath you as you guys are lifted by the teleportation, and eventually you are met with the bustling sounds of the teleportation station of Devcast once more. Nice constitution save at 22 there. You don't hork this time? Buddy, you're muted.
No hork.
No hork.
No hork.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, no, he gets a little queasy, but he gets over it pretty quick.
Life.
He's yeah, light lunch.
Drink salt water. It helps.
I don't believe that.
The metal ox.
Well, it certainly can't hurt.
The metal ox trotting through the teleportation station, deep within the caves, deep within the dugout mines underneath DevCast is not an unfamiliar sight to people. What might be unfamiliar is the fishman riding it, considering these beasts of burden are normally hooked up to a cart of sorts and not really a leisurely riding model. So you collect a few curious stares, but nothing to nothing to really indicate that you guys are super standing out. I'm not gonna make you.
Where did we leave the cart?
We left it
In the
in
warehouse.
the funny warehouse that we stayed in, which
Right.
Which is abandoned. So
Yep. In the industrial district. So you guys, again, navigate the teleportation network. Since you guys do have you guys have a beast of burden with you, instead of a gold each, it's going to be 2 gold to use these teleportation pads. Or whomever is using the teleportation pads. So if the folks not guiding the oxen want to use the pedestrian ones, you are more than welcome to. Or unless you all want to just
I'll
go on
help
the one
guide.
pad.
I'll help guide the oxen and pay the 2 gold, since I have gold again.
Ooh.
Hooray.
I'm gonna
Correct.
pick the pedestrian path because I've been throwing out money like it's going out of style.
Yes, you have.
It is. We use social credit here.
stop.
2 gold.
All
All right, I'll pay the 2, obviously.
Okay.
I just wanna make a side comment that I really despise the gold coin image for like D&D 5e. The weird little squares with the little circly parts cut out looks really bad. I don't like it.
I
Why
feel
is my
like there is a
character sheet not full
real
zone? God damn
currency somewhere that is shaped like that.
Maybe, but
Mhm.
that currency sucks. No, I don't.
Dude.
T.
All,
I'm kidding.
all the
I'm
better to
kidding.
grab with the fingies.
Oh, I turned my hand tracking off because my arms were making bad gestures. All right. You guys make your way back to Reflections Warehouse, where you guys stowed the cart, and see it still there with your remaining oxen.
Thank God.
Fantastic.
There is no remaining oxen.
Oh, wait, did you guys... Hold on.
We only had the one because the Tempest Shadows killed the
Yes!
other one.
You are so correct.
Right.
They chopped
Thank
it in
you.
twain.
Thank you for catching that. I damn near gave y'all a free fucking ox.
Yeah,
I mean, if you wanna,
Thank
I'm
you for
not gonna
being
say
honest.
no.
You're lucky you still had an ox in Nines, bro. Don't push it. Alright, you guys... Oh my god, Simba, get your fat head out of the way. You're disrupting my trekking. You guys line the oxen back up, and Pin gets to starting mending. It takes a little bit, because I think mending only repairs a little bit of a small area at a time.
Yeah, more or less.
Let me double check. Ooh, sudden dizzy spell.
It's generally designed for like small tears and gashes and holes.
Yeah,
It's
2
not
halves of
supposed
a
to be
broken
like a
key, a torn cloak.
welder.
Yeah. You basically got Pin just like fucking arcane welding on the back
It is
there.
basically going, like wire by wire, like grounding it, other stuff, and then obviously has to pull it out like a welder. Though I do imagine one of Pin's fingers just works as a welder.
Oh yeah, 100. I'm pretty sure Mio would be
Yeah.
okay with that.
Little fingernail pops up and a little nozzle spurts out.
Yeah. By the time Pin is done, I'll say it's probably well into the evening.
Okay, so before that happens,
Oh yeah.
or before we finish that, at some point in the day, Damien wanted to do a little bit more of a checkup on Jonas.
Yeah.
So I think we'll do that sort of one-on-one over in the corner.
Yeah.
Do it up.
If that sounds good to you.
Yes. Okay. So, Damien basically gets you sitting to where you can at least face each other. And he says, wait, actually, I can't remember. Has he done a checkup on your soul before yet?
No.
Okay. All right. So
I'm
he looks
gonna
at you and he said,
real
Hmm?
quick. I'm just gonna throw out that I am just gonna cast Private Sanctum around us for the night because I feel like we're gonna stay here for the night and then
Sounds
leave.
good.
So I'm doing that.
Leo.
Is that something
my
you have
fourth
access to,
fourth
or
level.
is this something you're using your boon for?
It is my 4th level spell. I have 2 4th level spells
Okay.
available to me, and I prepared Private Sanctum. I'm
Sounds
also gonna go
good.
use the bathroom.
Bingus, I forgot I need to fix my spell list so bad. Um, anyways, so, he looks over at, Jonas and he says, okay, so, I haven't really, used this one on you yet. Basically, how this works is I am going to send a very teensy, incy, weensy, tiny piece of my essence to basically trace around yours, and once all is said and done, I will effectively have the present condition of your spiritual self. One of the primary components for this and main access for this is, just a brief moment of eye contact. So, you just let me know when you're ready, and then I'll do my wizard business. And he waggles his fingers.
Jonas will take a very deep, shaky breath. He's very obviously anxious about this one in particular.
Hmm.
But he'll take a moment, he'll steel himself, give you a nod, and then sort of stare directly into your eyes with his little glowy yellow peepers.
Okie dokie. Damien takes, while maintaining eye contact, he takes your hands in his. He breathes in for a moment, and a luminous, green quality is going to, take up and begin to swell in his eyes before when he breathes out, it feels like something jumps into you, from your face, causing you to
Done
lean
that one
back
before.
probably a little bit. Yeah. And for a brief moment, you have the sensation like something is tracing your outline. But it's your whole body. And it's extremely quick, probably a little disorientating, and before you know it, you are then pulled back in as whatever was in you leaps out, and Damien's head rocks back as his eyes close shut. And let me just... Did I already? No, I haven't. Bingo. Okay. But yeah, so Oko, what you thinking?
I have some thoughts, but I'm gonna give the floor to Hex first because he's because they're a little more involved in what's going on with their character.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't have anything on what Aristas's influence looks like. But you kind of it's like, you know, when you're drawing. And you'll do your line art.
Okay.
And then you'll decide at some point you want to change the pose, and you'll go back over and you'll scrub bits out and you'll draw back over it. You have some lines that are thicker than others, where you've sort of reinforced what you like, and there's lines that have been gone over and over and over, where it's just you keep not quite getting it right.
Mm-hmm.
And you can kind of sense the tip of the pen still on the paper. And that reads as what you assume is something connected to the Ravenous.
Okay. Oh. So-
if I may, before you do your full diagnosis,
Yeah.
it is you've done soul gaze. What was it called again? Soul something.
Yeah, it's soul gaze, basically.
You've done that to Pin and CC before, correct?
In CC and a doll.
And who? Oh,
And
a
a
doll.
doll.
Yes, a doll. Very distinctly, when you did this to Pin and CC, I don't believe I told you that there was any traces of Aristos.
No. No, you didn't. That did not come up when I used this
Same
previously.
with Jonas. It's almost like Aristos' presence is not detectable by these means, considering this is the third person who is under Aristos' influence that you've done this to, and 3 for 3, you still haven't been able to see any traces of Aristos.
Okay, but the rest of the comment about how it is evident that someone has, I guess, kind of keep remodeling his essence, as it were. That much is evident. And then is there ephemeral connections to the Ravenous or that, or is it just the state of his soul?
When you receive that node back, you immediately feel a shudder through your body. You feel as if you've plunged into the icy depths. You are overwhelmed with an icy chill.
Yeah.
Those
So,
possibly keenly watching, if Damien were to do an exhale as he's trying to adjust to this, there is a note of visible breath.
Yeah, Damien just rocks back, and when he comes back to, his eyes fluttering open, he just goes,
And as your eyes flutter open, you see the form of Jonas before you for a brief moment. And as you, again, blink again, trying to regain yourself, for a flash, you see the toothy mouth of what appears to be a deep-sea fangly fish lunging forward, consuming around Damien and chomping its teeth before you. But as quickly as you blink and try to recoil from that, and you open your eyes again, it's gone.
the gods. He kind of like brushes away in the direction of wherever it was, and he's just like, ugh. Okay. All right. Just give me a second. And Damon just kind of like straightens out his pose, pats out the ruffles in some of his clothes, and then readjusts in his chair. He says, okay, well, I suppose prominent things to say here is your spiritual self is still strong, which is good. But it is odd. The best way I can put it is if, like, someone has continuously tried to sculpt with clay. No, that's not right. Damien scratches the side of his head. He says, describing what a soul is like is trickier than I thought. I got it. He pulls out a piece of parchment
from his bag and he holds out and he says, "Here we have a piece of parchment. This is what we will consider your soul, correct? Okay. Now I'm going to do something, just kind of bear with me. Also, please, scribes of the world, forgive me for this sacrilege." And he is going to crumple the paper. Now, tell me, even though it is
Ashram explodes. Ashram just explodes into fire, just blows up. No, not really.
Damien does close his eyes and look away when he does it, though. But as he holds out the piece of paper, he says, "Now, even in its crumpled state, it is still the same piece of paper, correct?"
Yeah.
As a
Although-
poor point of continue.
I think he sort of weakly nods his head.
It is a poor point of comparison, but this is more or less what is my estimation of what is going on with you. Less of the whole crumping and destroying action, and more so, in its flat state and in its crumpled state, it is still the same piece of paper. I don't know what shape it was before, but you have been I mean, I do the whole thing with clay, but I don't have clay. Do you get my point? Wait, no, actually, this was stupid. I should have thought of this one. He flattens the piece of paper out again and then begins folding it into a paper airplane. This is better.
Right.
Damien's analogies are wild, man.
I'm not sure I understand.
I'm sorry. Okay.
The trouble of trying to explain something that you don't actually understand either.
Yeah. Damien just kind of sets the paper airplane down for a second. And just kind of strokes his ponytail for a moment. And then he just looks to you and he says, "I'm not going to try and overcomplicate things. Simply put, as far as I can tell, you are still yourself. Granted, it seems that something is making adjustments to your shape. And I will be honest, I also detected a very heavy presence of what I am assuming to be one of your patrons," as he kind of gestures down to the teethy hand.
That seems. Well, that makes sense, I guess.
So, I mean, not necessarily fantastic news, but I guess not news we were really not expecting? He
Can
gives a
I-
small shrug.
Be thoroughly honest for a moment.
You may.
I keep telling myself that I don't care what happens to me, how I have to change to get all of you home alive. That I don't care what state my body or spirit is in when this is over. And given everything that's happened lately, that's almost easy to believe. I can almost trick myself into not worrying about it. But we keep talking about going back to Kelpsa, about seeing my mother, my captain, even if just for a while. I am not the same boy who ran away all those years ago. I'm not the same son who came home last solstice. I am not the same love-struck fish who once followed my captain anywhere and everywhere. I'm taller, quieter, if you'd believe it. My arm is hungry, and I glow in the dark. Not a pretty sight for those waiting for news on their missing loved one. I thought... I lied. I told myself I didn't care what people thought of me, so long as we all get home alive. But what if getting home alive means living that life alone? I've never been good with silence.
Well, I mean, I suppose I can't really speak much in that respect. I have always more so preferred my own company. I spent most of my time when I wasn't studying on an Emperor in the libraries at VOD. But, well, I can't really say much for what you're going through, which is a lot. I mean, and I can resonate with the statement of I don't really feel like I'm the same person I was when I started this. I mean, I'd spent basically most of what I can remember of my life in Vermont, which, as I've come to quite realize, was quite the sheltered existence. But, well, I've just kind of settled that, at least for myself personally, change isn't something you can really avoid. At least not for the living. It's kind of how we operate. We change to survive. I just have tried to resolve that whatever changes may come about, I'm going to try and do the most good I can with them. And in your case, I would like to think that that very much is, well, still true. And if you doubt that that is a possibility or something that you do, the best point I can give is a monster doesn't feel bad about turning into a monster. Not to call you one, but I hope you can understand what I'm trying to say with that. At the end of the day, you'll still be yourself. And if you're not, I won't speak for the others, but I'll do my best to, well, I don't really want to slap you, but I will if I need to. But I will do some kind of means to put sense into that head of yours. And he lightly pokes Jonas in the forehead. Whatever we go and face, whatever torment is wrought upon us, or potentially great things, I mean, we don't even really know. The fact of the matter is that we will still be here together to make sure that we don't lose ourselves in that process. Even if we're scarred, I think that we will all do our best to make sure that we all stay who we are. I mean, that's the whole point with going back and bringing back the eye, right? Give us a chance to try and make things right. And, I'll say this on my end, I'm just getting started with my spellcraft. Who knows? Maybe I can eventually do something to, well, help bring about a change that you're more comfortable with. And he just gives a slight smile. Although I will say, if it is completely fine with you, while it was a mildly terrifying experience, I would like to do these checkups quite regularly, just because you're the first individual I've done this little test on that I've had such a strong reaction with.
I don't want it getting inside you.
No, it won't. Well, I mean, it can't.
It latched onto Pin when they read the book.
Probably
It's
because
been watching Ashram. You and Cece are the only two it doesn't have eyes on right now, and I don't want to spread that around.
Well,
But
I'm not about to let you
if
sit
you
in a daze
think
alone.
if you think it will be beneficial for your research or whatever, to keep tabs on whatever's going on in here. Sure. Alright. I can't promise that it won't be keeping tabs on you.
I mean, I've more or less assessed as such, but I also just have to admit that Pin and both Ashram also made direct contact or proverbial jabs at this particular entity, therefore drawing their attention on higher. And again, there was the physical medium in which they transmit their power, so there was also that. So, I mean, there's a number of factors that really play into it, but I hear and respect what you're saying, and I will do my best to be mindful.
There's an almost disbelieving laugh that he makes. Then I think he nods and gets up, walks away to go check on the oxen.
As he gets up and walks away, Damien... Oh, sorry.
But he will sort of hand you back the parchment that apparently he took at some point. And on the wing of the paper plane, it just says "thank you."
No. Well, now I have to keep this forever. Damien just gives him a thoughtful look as he walks away, and then in his internal voice says, "Gods, I'm shit at giving pep talks. I need to work at that." But I will say, okay, so also Oko for me and helping me with my brain because I lose track of details. So we are back with the cart, right?
Yes. You guys are
Cool.
back in DevCast in the warehouse where the cart's being kept. You guys could have done this whole thing within the cart if you wanted, while Pin is currently working on getting the ox back affixed onto the cart.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go check up on the vessel that was formerly known as Jorah Murnstone and see how they're doing.
Ooh. I was about to say we're at the 2-hour mark, so I think now's going to be the perfect time to take a break, but I will 100% get back to you on that after our break.
Okay. All right, you got it.
Yeah, it's currently 10:03 Eastern Standard. Let's come back at 10:15 Eastern Standard. Everyone go make sure your bladders are a little flatter. Go get your snacks, go get some water. And we will be back in a mom. BRB. And we are back. Hello.
Right in time. Oh, shit.
Right on time. You just come back to your seat.
Yeah.
Cannoli
He was feeding-
Cannoli loves to do this thing where also like I fed them. I was like, all right, cool, I got like 10 minutes left, and I was like, I'll take her out. And then she likes to do this thing where she's just like, I just love running around, and I'm like, Cannoli, I love you dearly. I need you to go use the bathroom so we can go back inside because one, it's windy as hell, and also two, I gotta get back.
Oh, it's
I
just
gotta
a
be back,
puppy.
baby. She's a cutie pie.
she's-
She paws to make sure someone pets her. She's like, hey.
But we did get a raid while we were on break. Thank you so much, Nikki, for the
Yeah.
raid. Welcome on in, raiders. You guys probably know me because Nikki and I, we're friends. We share a lot of content. But for those who might not, my name is Okomie. You can call me Oko for short. I'm an English VTuber and a casual elven e-girl. And on Saturdays, I DM one of 2 D&D campaigns. And tonight we're doing Ink Stained. All right. So before we get Damien to go check on his flock, is anyone doing anything?
I think Cece, just because he's used to it, it's nighttime. They're usually in a tavern or something like that, but he is probably just going to start like playing some music, and this one is just going to be like the favorites that he's asked people for, and then some just like general upkeep one because we need a little bit of a mood booster. Let's be real here.
Yay!
Just a little one.
You
Okay.
guys are, it's Depression City.
What? No.
It's okay.
Totally
Suffering
not.
just makes people stronger. It's that simple. That's
that
what they
like-
say, right?
Is that like, mincing your own garlic has more flavorful garlic because the trauma gives
Yeah.
it flavor? That is a
Exactly
legit
that.
thing. Pre-minced garlic doesn't go through nearly as much like bruising and expressing as like machine minced garlic does. So when you get like doesn't get as much bruising and expressing as garlic you mince yourself does, because machine minced garlic is just like a
Right.
quick like bloop, bloop, done. And like if you actually go and like with the flat part of your knife go and like crush the garlic and then mince and chop and yada yada yada, like it actually expresses more flavor.
Express those trauma glands.
We love those. And I mean, if the saying that goes is true, and what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, at this point, Damien's had like 3 different Zenkai boosts. So he should be fucking fine.
Damien
Yeah, but
was
what
just like,
does kill you doesn't make you stronger, and you've died a few times.
yeah, Damien was just like, oh, I don't die anymore? Okay. I ain't gonna let shit
Alright.
stop me.
That sign won't stop me because I can't die.
Listen, there are many ways to die that aren't physical. All right.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we've been working on the slow one for a hot minute now. We'll see if that changes.
So everyone other than maybe like Pin and Damien, when you guys returned to the warehouse, there was definitely a little bit of a funk. Definitely a little bit of a smell at this point. Damien, as you climb to the roof of the caravan to go check on your flock, your charge, the family member entrusted in your care, they are not as structurally sound as when you last left them. They're not in deep stages of rot or anything like that, but they are definitely more gaunt, sunken.
Well,
There's...
and this is.
Go ahead.
Sorry, continue.
Juicy.
No, I was just going to describe the
Uh,
juiciness of the corpse.
I was just saying, like, and this is also after the fact after like Damien jigsaw puzzled it back together after Aristos broke it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's all I was saying. Continue, please.
Yeah. Unfortunately, mending isn't really going to do anything to this because, again, you're not repairing, like, effectively integral damage, this is still a corpse that can be reanimated by you with given the care. But it's we'll say not to the standard of a Death Shepherd's charge anymore. This guy's definitely been neglected. You realistically have failed in your duties in taking care of this family member.
Damien just kind of puts his head in his hands for a moment and just makes a low sound. Nothing descript, just a low droning sound. And he just kind of like scrunches his face and shakes that skin for a moment before he slaps his cheeks and he says, "Well, the only way out is through." And he pulls out his tools and he is going to do his best to try and fix Jorah, the remnants of Jorah, as best he can. And then once he's got it in an acceptable state, he's going to perform the rite of reanimation.
All right. You definitely have the time to do that. I'm so sorry, guys. I keep trying to mute when Jared's getting chatty. Muting the stream, at least. The Discord would definitely still hear it.
Oh, it's fine.
It's fine for you, but for the VOD watchers. But yeah, you definitely have the time. You do your best to, as delicately and gingerly as you can. You clean the corpse to the best of your abilities. CC has prestidigitation, right? Do Damien? No, Damien. I don't think wizards can get prestidigitation.
Actually,
Yeah, it's their like
Uses it constantly.
Oh
yeah, it's
Yeah.
their like signature spell. It's like their signature like do all spell.
Ash kept my soup warm when I was performing.
yes, true.
I've also used third prestidigitation for your lights in your
Yes. Okay. Yes.
They also season their food with with magic because normal pepper isn't good enough.
I gotta say,
That's right.
I think I've definitely gone on about one of my favorite uses of prestidigitation before. But one of my second favorite uses is like the idea of picking up a stone while going on like long traveling walks and getting it to taste like sweet or something. And just popping that in your mouth just to like give you a little hit of dopamine, a little sweet hit as you guys are like taking
A
long
literal
walks.
jawbreaker.
Sweet.
No, just
Oko.
sucking on it.
Hear me out here. So, one of the spells that you gave me for being a Death Shepherd in and of itself was a cantrip that basically allowed me to accelerate decomposition in something. So, before I reanimate Jorah here, the like worst parts that seem the most fetid or decayed, would I be able to effectively do like a controlled decay to just kind of slough those parts off so it would be just the bare bone?
Let me double check. Do you remember the name of that cantrip?
No, I made up a BS name just because I wanted to have fun with it. So that's not really what it was. I tried to go and find where you had told me I had this thing, and I couldn't remember where it was originally. Like, because it was I think sometime after you told me. It's like when we were discussing character stuff.
Yeah,
wait, do you think it would be in the Word document?
I was just looking in the Word document, and it says, like, here you get access to Spare the Dying. But I'm not seeing...
I'm checking.
I know that cantrip exists, and I'm pretty sure it's Mercer Brew.
Access through this one? Is this the one that I had? it in here? Uh,
There is a level 1 necromancy spell available to clerics, druids, and wizards called Decompose
okay,
Remains.
the cantrip itself isn't disclosed in the doc you gave me.
Yeah, I don't think I ever gave you a
I
cantrip
assume
that
the
does
message
that.
is somewhere.
Am I muted?
Then I didn't try
Wait, I
prodding
might be
for
muted.
anything specific, but
Yeah, I
Is it
was
like
muted.
Caduceus's, like,
Oh my
mushroom
god.
sprout? Oh, okay.
Sorry, I've
okay.
been muted this whole time. Hold on. So sorry. Yes, it was Caduceus one. And I think it's called Decompose Remains. It's a first level necromancy spell available to clerics, druids,
Okay.
and wizards. You touch a corpse, the creature decomposes at a massively accelerated rate. The remains include the bones turning into soil and dust. The target can't be raised as corporeal undead, such as zombie or a ghoul, but it is still vulnerable to undeath and may inhabit or create a new body. I don't know if I ever gave you access to that because the Death Shepherd subclass says that you get access to Spare the Dying, which is normally a cleric spell.
Okay. I mean, if I don't have it, I don't have it. That's
Yeah.
chill.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just... Okay. Alright. I'm gonna get this the fuck off my character sheet. There we go.
What is I mean, I guess you've already deleted it at this point, but like, what was it? What did it say?
Yeah, it's gone. Basically, like, as it was described to me, because I don't think that you gave me the spell description itself.
I'm gonna eat you.
So,
Oh my God.
but at the time, you had basically just said that it was just a way for me to rapidly skelify a corpse, basically. I used that word too much. I need to not do that. But I mean,
Skeletonize.
thank you. It's a good word.
Actually, did skeletonize?
I refuse to acknowledge that.
Okay, so sorry. I have found a cantrip called Decompose. Oh,
Yeah, that's
my
the
God,
one
my
that
husband.
Caduceus used.
Yeah. I have found it. The caster touches the corpse of a creature and causes significant decomposition and the growth of fungus, moth, and perhaps a flower or two within a minute. Notably, it does not hinder resurrection, nor does it interfere with Speak with Dead. It also works on recently severed parts of living bodies. On larger corpses, it causes vines to sprout and wrap the body. So I think, unfortunately, the way this is worded, you won't be able to do it on parts of a body unless they have been detached.
Mm.
And this is notably Mercer Brew,
Okay.
which I have
Oh,
no problem
that's
with
fair.
Mercer Brew. If it's good, it's good enough for
Yeah.
Matthew Mercer. It's good enough for me.
That's a solid point.
What classes have access to this? Only clerics have access to it. So yeah, I didn't
Okay.
include it in the Death Shepherd subclass. I might have just told you about that spell.
I mean, at the time you had worded it that I had it, but I hadn't cast it since it was mentioned, and it's been a long time since then.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
This
it could
was
be
like-
part of the spells you get for being a Death Shepherd as a subclass, right? Like, you could add that to the spell list.
Maybe
I mean,
I will add
potentially.
it at some point. Death Shepherd is a subclass that I have written myself, and it is not currently in the Google Doc.
Yeah. That doc hasn't
Death
changed
Shepherd's
in
not a
while.
subclass I've pulled from the internet. I've pulled this one from my ass.
Yay!
Time to
I'm
get
sorry.
time to get a knife and start a schluffing.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, yeah, if you wanted
Basically-
to manually remove more fetid bits and then decompose those.
Yeah, Damien is going to take great care to basically carefully cut away at what is blatantly like decayed flesh, not like the preserved mummified flesh that they try to go for. and he does his best to kind of make neat, precise cuts. Of course, doing his mending, his corpse mending to kind of help blend the areas so it doesn't look too out of place. Um, and basically, he just is going to be spending probably up until the point he goes to bed working on that. Although before he goes to bed, I will stipulate he will be preparing distilled essence.
Okay. Yeah, I will say that the shepherd's rite does take a long rest to perform. So distilled essence, how long does that take to cast?
To create one bottle is 5 minutes.
Okay. Then I don't think you'll be spreading yourself too thin. You won't incur any exhaustion. I think you should be fine.
Okay, all right. Coolio. Then, I mean, yeah, by and large, that's basically what I was going to do. So if I can make the essence vials, and clean up Jorah a bit, then I'll raise him, and I'll hopefully be back to a full class again.
Amazing. I feel so bad you've been like without half of your class for like months now.
I can't believe you deboned the wizard.
I didn't do shit.
I think if anything, this has just been true to the journey that Damien himself has been on. So if anything, this is just good cinema.
Yeah, especially considering like you only recently were able to assert control over Jorah, like basically right before Nemphra passed away.
Yep.
This is literally the last connection you have to her. And look at how you've been treating him. No, sorry.
Well, it was the kind of like I'll say it once and I'll drop it since then. It's like it's the whole deal to where I if I was smart, Damien would have not been forgetful like me and done gentle repose before he left. But I decided to run with him not because, as I said previously, I feel like this overall, I feel like this is still very much what could be expected for what the hell's going on right now.
Oh yeah. That
so yeah,
does also beg the question, like how much was Nemphra sort of trying to build you up, right? Like how much was Nemphra taken care of in the background? Because like you also believed that you had control over that Dragonborn corpse.
Right.
But like it wasn't until she was dead and you guys were safely out of the cave that her control over that finally waned and it passed. Like it crumbled.
Yeah, Damien has a lot of feelings around this whole situation. But yeah, he's just gonna prep those, get Jorah up and going, and I don't know, hopefully try and make some better changes moving forward. Oh, fuck, he does not know what he's gonna do when he has to step in front of an actual shepherd again.
Oh, wouldn't that be? Oh yeah. All right. So, anybody else doing anything?
Yeah, Ashram has a thing before the end of the night. So sorry, Jonas has the eyeball right now, right? Yeah, Ashram's gonna just kind of finish casting, Private Sanctum, and then it's gonna sort of mosey up to Jonas and sit down and say, as I mentioned before, I would like to take a look at the eyeball. I just want to try to get some information off of it if I could.
Jonas's face kind of scrunches in thought.
It can be done right here. You can stand here and watch me do it. I promise I'm not going to be using it for anything.
It's not myself that I'm worried about. Pin very explicitly said that they will be keeping an eye on you as you do it.
Yeah, that's
Um,
totally fine.
I have something I need to do with it tonight. It's okay. I'll be asleep when I do it.
Okay.
But I think I suppose if at this point, when did you say this was happening? Just like before we go to bed, kind of like in the evening after
At
Pin
any
is.
point, any point
All right. Well, we'll do this in
after
the
I get to
evening.
yeah.
We will do this in the evening when Pin has finished repairing the car. Out of
Mhm.
character, I am concerned Mio would want to be here for this particular event.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay. So
She can
above
watch the
table, I
VOD
just want to cast
if that-
Identify on it.
If she really wants to see what happens, she can watch the VOD.
Okay.
The plan is, I mean, it's simple as I want to cast Identify on it, and I want to.
Oh, yeah,
boy. I want to push the idea of that spell to its limit if I can.
All right. You are welcome to give it a sniff.
So I want to do a couple things actually. So yeah, Identify is definitely the primary bit of this. I want to see if
So the main thing I will establish.
Mhm.
Yes, you're allowed to sort of go through and cast a couple spells on it. B, Pin is probably in the room. C, I am still attuned to the eye.
That's fine. It doesn't matter as long as you're holding it, or I can touch it. I need to touch it.
Okay.
So I want to see if I can do some kind of combination of detect magic and identify. Both are ritual casts, so I don't have to use any spells. To just can I figure out if the magic is coming? Like, okay.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you over
Ashram's
Jay.
got
Can
a-
you repeat that?
You're fine. Ashram's got a theory forming in his head, and I'm trying to see if I can confirm the theory, which is that the nature of Erastus giving his body parts means that these objects are infused with the like what is the word I'm trying to think of? Like the wellspring where these magics come from. Right?
Primordial?
No, not magic. Not magics with a K. I mean magics
Yeah.
as in like the different.
So
spell
you
types,
are
right?
trying to figure out if this is physically the source point of that
Yes.
species of magic.
Exactly.
Okay.
Um,
And you're casting.
by
Go ahead.
I just bit my finger. Sorry. Ow.
How? What?
No. Yeah. So I was eating a French fry and I bit my finger. So it's a combination of identify and detect magic to see if I can like. Are these things the well springs from which this magic came from, and then from there extrapolate what I can.
Okay.
I'm trying to be very scientific with not my best tools.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
All right. Sense magic within 30 feet of you. Okay. So using a combination of these spells. Sure. I'll bite. I'll give you a bit. You have
I will also happily roll if I need to.
Yeah, roll me an Arcana. Not like I should bother asking you to roll an Arcana because it's kind of your bread and butter. But you know what? Fuck it. Roll me an Arcana.
I mean, I can roll bad. Who knows? Yeah.
I mean, you did roll a 12
I
earlier
want
with
you
an
to
Arcana.
fail. I want you to fail.
With
Roll me an
with
Arcana.
Jonas here, can Jonas help me get advantage?
Is Jonas casting these spells?
No, but Jonas is there. He's like, he's glazing me up. He's giving
But
me
it's
back
magic
rubs
with a
and-
K, D. It's not the same.
The
Roll.
best Jonas can do is explain the vibe he gets from the ball.
Roll me an
Sure,
Arcana.
okay. I'll roll an Arcana.
See?
That's
Look.
a 25, baby.
Look, why
That's
were you
25,
scared?
baby.
Why were you scared? Anywhom,
I just-
Little Miss +9 in Arcana. But can I get advantage? Anywho. So you cast the combination of these spells. Oh my god. Sorry.
Hang on. I have to know. What if I had advantage? What would have happened? Okay, yeah, that wasn't much a difference, but that's fair. Okay.
Okay. So you've cast both of these spells before. You've cast both of these spells many a times, given your age and your upbringing in the Institute of Magic. You are quite familiar with the usual responses one would get from these spells.
Right.
This is nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
This feels ancient. This feels primordial. This, you don't get your scientific analog. You don't see the usual typical runes that sort of show up, sort of displaying every little detail about this item. This almost emanates in aura. This emanates a sensation that's almost alive. And as you interact with it, you and Jonas stand around it, Pin standing nearby. It's almost, I don't want to say hungry because that gives a bad connotation, but it is aware of all of you. It is aware of the marks on all of you. And it's almost begging for you guys to do something more with it. But yes, you get the sense of divination.
In pure Vecna style, I just cut my eye out and plop it. No, I'm not doing that.
Don't joke.
Okay. No, I'm not doing that. No. Okay. I see.
Now discuss.
That is. Well, that is. I don't know what I expected. I guess it was that. See, I was hoping to find something concrete that I could put in my book, but it's really hard to write about vibes. I think I just kind of look at Jonas and just kind of shake my head like, whatever this thing is, it's. I don't know if. And I don't know if it's a good idea if he should have this back. I don't. This could be really bad for us. It emanates divine energy, spellcasting energy in a way I've never seen. I've never seen anything like this. I've never touched anything like this. I've never experienced anything like this. I feel like the abilities that it prescribes to mortals are only available because anymore, and whatever mortal would try to use it would probably incinerate on contact with it. Which speaking of which, I did use it to identify. Do I get the mundane like abilities of it, like what it can do?
Yeah, I can get that to you. I'm starting to think I might have only sent it to Hex. 1 second.
Yeah, I
you
don't
did.
remember if I had it or not.
Also, Jonas's response is in character chat.
Yeah, I'm reading it now. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, can someone read it out loud?
In response to Asheram saying he was hoping to find something concrete to write down, Jonas sort of mutters, "Magic is only science because you make a science of it. Because you classify what you think you understand and throw aside or lock away what you don't. You're not going to get something concrete from a thing that says or claims to be a god.
But
They don't.
there's still structure in the world. There's still order. There's still I really wish that I had legend lore right now. That would be really useful, but oh, we work with the tools we are given. If we collect these artifacts and return them, and it wipes magic off the face of the earth, I don't think it's going to be just that. These things emanate that magic. I don't know if magic will just be gone or if it'll be hoarded to one person.
I don't think you have a choice. Magic already exists in the realm of the gods. This we knew. This was explained to us. Aristos was not the only god with magic. It was just the one that chose to give it to us. We owe it. I believe we owe it to them to put them back together. It is up to us, if we see fit, to attempt to prove to Aristos that there is something more to what magic could be with mortals. Some other way, maybe it could teach them to be better. I don't know. But you...
Sure.
Jonas swallows the words he was about to say and cuts himself off and shuts up.
Sure, because famously closing a can of worms after it has been opened is a very easy thing to do that will not cause more problems than it would solve. Like, this is not going to fix the issues that people think it's going to fix. It will cast this world into turmoil. It is entirely possible that hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people will die. And why? So that one being can hoard all of the magic in the world? It's a bad idea. I'm willing to give up this eye if it means us having more time. But at the end of all of this, we cannot give him this back. I'm sorry, we can't do it. We just can't. The sheer amount of devastation that would come of it would be apocalyptic.
Then convince them of that. It's their eye, it's their body. We are talking about depriving a living thing of its own flesh.
That it gave up! And now it wants to take it all back because it doesn't like how we used its gift? How much does it even know of what we've done?
Could CC perchance step in to say something? Because I'm assuming this argument's getting a little heated and louder as it's going on.
It didn't even know. It didn't even
It's
know
definitely-
where its own body parts were. How does it know what we are doing?
It's been speaking to Penn. I don't know.
I don't.
Ask it yourself.
I really want Mia to be here because I was about to say something
I wish
cool.
Mia
Just
was here too. I don't know
Mia,
how
this was
Pin
happening,
would respond in
we
this
love you.
situation.
With like hearing this, Cece's probably gonna step like into it a little bit and just be like, Aristos understands stuff is going on because when we talked to him first, he knew stuff about our lives that
That he
we
knew
haven't
from
told
our
anyone.
brain, from us.
But even though that's not everything, it still gives at least an idea. One person's idea, but still an idea. As well as he gave his body parts willingly, and so magic is a privilege he gave to us, not a right, and it is a privilege we have taken for granted for too long. You wanted to potentially risk your life to make something go faster when we can easily take a little bit longer to do the same thing.
It's not about
That
It's
was an
not.
offered solution to a problem I
It's,
raised. That's not the point.
it's
Asherim,
not about mundane solutions to magical problems. It's about fundamentally removing a force from the world that is keeping people alive and keeping people able to innovate and continue what they're doing.
Asherim,
But you
It would be like removing gravity or
Sure.
friction from the world.
we are going to see them. Speak to them. Our minds are not the ones you need to change. Please. I understand your concerns. I get it. People will suffer, people will die. Choices we are not in a position to make. So speak to them. Understand what on earth it is they're thinking. Because the last time we saw them, we were throwing blades at each other. I would like us to have a decent conversation. I would like us to understand what it is we're tasked with and why and what, and I would like it to understand exactly what the consequences of its choices are.
And if after all of that conversation, if he continues on this path,
then that's a what if that we'll deal with when we get there.
Then I will probably do something stupid, as usual. But that's after we talk to it.
Let's be honest here, trying to prepare for every what if, every potential scenario, and trying to understand something that is inherently completely something that we cannot understand, no matter how much you want to try, is just going to drive us insane. It's going to lead to an argument that will never be resolved because we don't have the answers.
I don't see there being multiple arguments here. It's either he removes a fundamental force from our world and kills millions, or he doesn't. And just Ashram shrugs. Okay, we can talk to him. We're going to talk to him anyway. That's the plan. I just want everyone to understand that we need to come up with something for the inevitability that he doesn't become somewhat swayed by what we are talking about. He doesn't. Yeah.
You hear a banging from the roof, and he's saying, "I am trying to concentrate."
Yeah.
Damien's trying to concentrate. All right. Well, I'm going to. He's going to use my boyfriend against me. He is going to put that in my face, and he is going to tell me...
You think I don't know that? How do you think I met the Ravenous? Asherim, I know exactly what you are going through. And trust me, I know how much it hurts. And I know that you don't think giving into it
It's
will
just
help
that
anyone.
I feel like he's going to use that as an example of why magic shouldn't exist, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to fight him in the moment at the time. And I need backup. I need us to be strong and put in a united front about why this is a bad idea. And I don't think some of you think that. In fact, I know at least one of you disagrees with me. And I don't know what we're going to do.
I'm gonna DMPC pin a little bit here. Hopefully,
Yeah.
Mio agrees with what I'm about to do. But when you start saying, I know at least one of you won't agree with me, Pin's just sort of been sitting in the corner, kind of idly quiet as you guys have been arguing, before eventually speaking up. You saw that facility.
Yes.
You saw what magic has done. You've seen the darkness that Aristos has spoken about.
I have also seen magic save lives. I've seen magic heal people who could not possibly be healed. I've seen magic resurrect the dead. I've seen both sides of it, Pen. I've seen it all. Not all, but you get what I mean.
A single fireball can wipe out more people than what one spell can do to resurrect. To heal. To save. Emerillia is currently a smoldering heap because of magic. DevCast proves that we can live without it.
DevCast uses magic just as much as we do. Artifice is magic.
DevCast is actively stepping away from magic.
But they're not... They've stepped away, but they're not... They're not away from magic.
But they're proof that it can happen.
Maybe in a century. Maybe in... generously, I'll say 50 years. Sure. But if you take it all away now, where does the innovation come in?
If you take it all away now,
Everything?
people have to step up and learn faster. Change faster. As they're no longer allowed to use magic as a crutch.
Okay. Okay. And what about the people who use magic in a long-term solution? What about people who use it to grow crops or to eat people alive or to any number of things? Pim, what happens to Stein? What happens to Stein when magic goes? Where does he go?
I don't know.
What about Frank? Your friend. What happens to Frank? What happens to the ox outside? Outside our cart. What
I
happens
guess
to
they will
all
no longer
the
work.
what happens to all the mechanical beasts of burden keeping cities going currently? Just that baseline
I just want to. I
artifact.
just want to understand. Are you equating mechanical beasts of burden to the lives of my friends, the people
Absolutely
of
not.
Emerelia?
I am trying to take a step back and look at the entire equation and take emotion out of it.
You
Because
sound
if all
very
magic goes
emotionally
away,
charged.
literal, you mad, bro?
You sound very
Cece's
emotionally
gonna
charged.
Cece's gonna stand up at this
I
point.
did say I am trying.
Cece's gonna stand up at this point and be like, "Listen, I'm going to bed, before, and I would suggest everyone does as well. I feel like the argument is getting more heated than it needs to be, and I'd rather not have anybody wake up with a knife against their throats from a party member. One thing I will say before I go: it is not always black and white, and trying to see everything in black and white doesn't allow you to see the beauty of the world because the world's in color. We assume what someone is going to do based on what we think is the worst case scenario. But until you ask, until you get clarification, there's nothing that you're going to be able to do. So starting arguments with the people that we're together with isn't going to do anything but potentially cause more strife, more arguments, and as we've already seen, and I look to both Pin and Ash, potential bloodshed. So let's drop it for now, because none of us are Aristos, none of us know the answer, and let's go see him, do what he asked, because at the very least it will help us in some way in the future, and then we will deal with things as they come, because trying to prepare for every scenario in the future is just going to leave you locked in a room with a book full of conspiracies and plans that may never need to happen. Good night. I'm going to bed.
Pin will sort of stare at Ashram while Cece's rattling off, and then eventually look to Cece as he says he's going to bed. And without saying a word, they will just get up and go to their bunk.
I think very notable. Ashram does not meet Pin's eyes at any point during that. Cannot look them in the face at all.
I should
Neil, I
probably do
miss you.
this
Neil, I love you. I miss you.
real quick, just out of because I did not specify it. Where is it? Is it that? Okay.
Also, above board, I hope that you understand I was not equating Frank and Stein to the Beast of Burden, but simply as artificer constructs.
Oh yeah, like out of game, above board. It is. This game was meant to be morally challenging.
Yeah.
So,
that's totally fair. I just need to say that out loud.
Yeah.
So, all right, I made a deception roll here.
I saw that.
And I did that because Jonas does not believe we can change the mind of Aristos, nor does he want to.
Mm-hmm.
So he was saying these things for the sake of argument against Asherim. And if Asherim wants to know that, you are welcome to make an insight check.
I think he's too emotionally invested in the conversation with Pin to realize that you are not on his side exactly in this moment. If you still want me to roll, I'll roll. But like, I don't think.
No, I think
Oh,
that
no,
makes sense. I don't think you need to roll.
If Asherim doesn't care to roll, Asherim doesn't need to roll.
Yeah, exactly.
He's too in the argument to like realize that Jonas is not on his side, and like, oh y'all, it's gonna get rough.
Yeah.
If
Yep.
if it comes to it,
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna get rough. That's all I can say. Yeah, I'm playing the CRPG and I'm having these conversations that I'm seeing the choice path that's gonna be coming up in like Act 3, and it's gonna be real rough, y'all.
It's almost like picking mostly magic casters for this campaign might have been a choice.
It's almost like Asherim can see all the X does not approve popping up on there.
No,
Yeah,
not
literally.
Jonas.
Yeah.
Hex disapproves.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Damn, Ash still holding that divination eye, starting to see the players.
The player names, yeah. The little like marionette strings over every character, including himself.
And I do think during that whole thing, you see Ashram was just kind of like idly touching the orb or the eye to like
Not
do
a
the
wizard.
to
Pond
identify,
orbs. Yeah.
and like subconsciously has been gripping it with force that entire conversation. So I like the idea that like Pin very specifically, when mentions that there's emotion in there, very specifically looks at me like gripping that eye so hard that like I'm white knuckling it.
Yeah.
And then I notice that, and then just drop it on the table and like flex my fingers of like. Oh,
Well, I think at the
not
end of
good.
that, Jonas sort of very quiet or like very emptily, nonchalantly, just sort of, can I have my hands back?
Of course. Sorry.
Thank you.
Be very careful with that. You've attuned to it, correct? So
Yeah.
you should know relatively what it does, but
Oh, trust me, I haven't scratched the surface.
yeah, try not to
I think
use
I'm going
that.
to bed.
All right.
And just to confirm, Ash is not mentioning anything that they picked up from it. Anything else, like how it's hungry for your guys' connection to Aristos and how it's almost begging you all to do something more with it?
No,
Okay.
no, absolutely not.
Did Jonas ever get that feeling when he attuned to it?
Not as of yet.
Yeah, Ashram will keep that to himself. I was really hoping there would be something concrete to latch on to.
No, there's something that wants to latch on there.
Yeah. Not a fan. I think Ashram just spends the rest of the night drawing the eye and trying to visualize in his own arcane language the aura that it gives off, with the intent of maybe finding an alternate way to bind that aura either to himself or to the world specifically.
Quietly in Primordial, specifically Aquan, fucking wizards.
You said primordial? What languages do I speak? Let me look. Okay. Just
Not
Elvish, Draconic, and
primordial.
Celestial. I listen, I'm a polyglot, alright? I know a lot of languages.
Excuse you.
So headcanon, Aquan is just Icelandic.
I think in Draconic, Ashram will just mutter under his breath, fucking magic. And then just lie down for the
Oh
night.
my god. Dragons have been extinct for so long. You fucking nerd. You fucking swore in Latin at this guy.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, fucking nerd.
I'm as someone who's studied Latin and can like have fluent conversations in it. How dare you?
Are you saying how dare you to me? Yeah, I did effectively just call you a fucking nerd. Yeah, you know what? How dare you be fluent in Latin? It's a dead language.
It is a dead language.
To be fair,
It's
it's not even the
fun.
worst of it. Anyway, all right. Well, bedtime.
All right, y'all are going to
We
bed.
have not eaten.
You guys haven't eaten since breakfast.
Oh, I assumed like snacking and stuff was just as we were talking. Like
Yeah.
I didn't talk about it.
Oh, you guys still
Asherim
have
had
rations
to
left?
take a breath and Asherim had to take a breath in the middle of their argument to down an entire chocolate bar.
Yeah, just open mouth and do square shape, insert chocolate bar like credit card and do slot machine. Yeah.
Jesus.
You're not you and you're
Oh.
hungry.
Mm-mm.
Not spons, but maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know. I think Asherim is hungry and exactly Asherim at this moment.
You're not you when you're hungry. That's why Ink Stained is sponsored by Bad Dragon. Anyway,
Aww.
sorry about that.
Maybe,
Anyway.
maybe not Bad Dragon, but yeah. We'll talk about it after stream.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Einstein is sponsored by Kindly and Approachable Dragon?
Kindly and approachable lizard. Come on.
Inkstain's
look at
not
my big tongue,
sponsored
man.
by anything. My business email is in the description below. All right. Anywho, we all going to bed?
Yeah, sleepy
I've been
time.
snoring the whole time.
And we
I
have,
went to bed and I went to bed.
although I do have midnight escapades after falling asleep.
Ooh, okay. Midnight escapades. Sure, I have something I need to do, but I think midnight escapades might come first.
Okay. In that case, shortly after falling asleep, Jonas finds himself in a very familiar location. He's standing on the calm and flat surface of a large body of water. Dark bodies float beneath him. A ship sits quietly, undisturbed at the bottom. He holds in front of him the Eye of Eristos. And I will focus into it and the mark on his wrist and see if I can sort of summon a voice of Eristos or some kind of essence, mind, avatar of it. In much the same way Jonas would speak to the Ravenous, and see if I get any sort of response.
Cool. I gotta go see if Jer went to bed. 1 second. They are babe.
Oh.
Ah.
No. That's right, everyone. Ink Stained is sponsored by Bat. No, I'm not gonna do that while Loco's gone. Hello.
Not yet.
That's
at
right.
least.
Inkstained is sponsored by Okomie's husband. You can
Yes.
find his business email.
In the description.
At-
However, hey, Roll20, we're using your service. If you want to sponsor some homie like Ogo, that'd be pretty sick.
You can reach Jer's email at letsgojared@hotmail.net. That's not.
Not Hotmail.
Let's
I
go.
haven't checked my Hotmail.
Jared?
in ages.
Did you say? With a D?
Yeah, the Jared thing is still funny to me.
So
Sorry,
unfortunately,
sorry.
the voice of Eristos is very high and very asleep.
Eristos is EP.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
Canadian. It's legal. All
That's
right.
chill. All right, Judge.
Okay.
Legal EP.
Illegal EP. Okay. You don't. So as you're focusing on the eye and trying to summon Aristos, you don't. I just saw the fucking meme Frank posted. You don't get a visual presence, but that chill sensation that is permanently with you, the presence of the ravenous, you feel that wane for a moment. You feel that sort of seep back, and you get almost the foreign sensation of not being frigid.
Okay. I had some things I wanted to say, some questions I wanted to ask. I don't know how much of you is here. This place isn't easy to get to. So I'll save most of it for when we get there. So I guess the main thing for now is well, I'm really sorry for taking your eye. I didn't think. It never once occurred to me that by taking it, by using it, not only was I draining your power, yourself, but that I had taken a piece of you away. And for that, I am truly sorry. And I realize now, I understand exactly why people like me aren't worthy of magic, I guess. Because not only did I take your eye, but when I did, when I held the power of prophecy in my hand, the ability to look into the future, the very first thing I did was turn it into a weapon. Never caught taking my own advice, huh?
Sorry, that was an
All
out-of-game laugh. That was not an in-game laugh.
See you in a few days. It'll be a while before we can get to you, but we're doing our best. I just wanted to put some things out there.
As you're in this personal dimension of yours, this personal space of yours, with the black void surrounding you and basically the only subtle ripples in the crystal like watery surface beneath you to sort of denote that there is a floor beneath you. You look down into your hands as you sort of palm back and forth this figment of the eye that you've summoned, or maybe you have the genuine eye. I don't know if we discussed that. And as you look down at your hands, making this plea to Aristos, your eyes focus on your reflection past your hands in the ocean's deep, amidst the bodies and the ship that lies beneath you. You look you lock eyes with your reflection, and the reason it drew your attention is because it's moving independently of you. Looking down at your reflection, you watch as your normal hand, not your glowy hand, your normal hand, reaches up towards your face. And with no reaction, with no wince, no flinch, your fingers dig in and around your eyeball and pluck it from your skull before your other hand reaches up with the eye and replaces it in the socket.
That wasn't fair. We still have to get you home. I don't think he feels any pain in this moment.
Jonas? As in Jonas doesn't feel any pain?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Don't get comfy in there. Fuck. And I think he will bolt awake and immediately I am going to cast create water
Ooh, okay.
in a little sphere, and peering into my reflection, I want to check on my eye.
Both of your amber eyes are still present.
Is the eye of Aristos still in my hands? Is it still with me?
Yes.
Okay. I take a deep breath. And I'm gonna immediately unattune from that thing. If possible.
Yeah. Yeah, you can unattune from it.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Absolutely real.
That
Absolutely
shit's
real.
scary. Get it away.
Speaking of scary, I'm not done with you guys yet.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Well, but it's been a great session, everyone. Have a great night. We'll see y'all next week or next 2 weeks.
EPA.
Just as an aside, I
EPA.
do not think he goes back to sleep tonight.
Oh, he does not go back to sleep tonight?
No.
No. Oh,
I
was
think-
that too spoopy? I'm sorry.
Well, he's in the process of like, I don't know if I want to be doing this anymore gesture, like sort of the rewriting of his body. So yeah, I think that hit closer to home than he'd have liked.
Oh. All right.
So he's gonna make some food quietly because
Amazing.
he is fucking hungry.
Amazing. All right. My God, it's the delayed notifications. Thank you all for the raid. Welcome on in, folks. Oop, there it is. I don't know if chat, like, I don't know if like the stream or the VOD can hear the raid notifications or not, because I don't think I have that selected on this page. So I do apologize. I see the notification of stuff happening before I hear the alert going off. I'm going to warn you all. Hi, this is Inkstained. This is a little bit of a horror-themed campaign, a little bit of a spooky, spicy campaign. So tread with caution, but welcome on in, folks. I do try to focus on my players as we do D&D on Saturdays. But I hope you all enjoy your stay, and if you are interested in this campaign, you can watch the previous VODs on my YouTube channel with exclamation point socials. Okay. Hey, buddy. How you doing, Damien?
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Hello, yes.
Hello, hello, yes.
Yeah, I'm tuned back in. I'm doing good.
Yeah. After
Now.
everyone's kind of headed off to bed at this point, and I assume not once you've done your drawing of your essence and whatnot, you've probably gone and done the same, feeling pretty drained, with your shepherd's
Yeah.
rite and your distilled essence. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Damien, it like straight up ghoul status right now. So yeah, he's doing his best to just shamble to his I was gonna say crypt, not really applicable. He's gonna get to bed as best he can. He's making his way down that way.
All right.
Um, Not after leaving Jorah in a comfortable and calm sitting position at the top of the carriage.
Oh, wonderful. It's so nice. Um, Jorah did reanimate nicely, with all of the extra work that you put in. So you are once again a full Death Shepherd.
Yay!
Yay! So you go and you distill essence, and then you eventually go to bed, after the tension and heated argument that happened in the caravan. During your sleep, you awake to almost the feeling of something dripping on your face. The first sort of like rouses you slightly. And then another drip happens. You're starting to come further and further out of your REM sleep. And then another drip happens.
Not Gribbly, go away. No.
You slowly flutter your eyes, looking up to the ceiling in your bunk. And you see Gertrude pinned to the ceiling of your bunk. Daggers sticking out of her chest. Her eyes awake in shock. Her eyes open in shock, yet devoid of life.
Yeah. Uh, Damien is doing the absolute best he can to maintain some semblance of composure and his in sense of disbelief right now. So he's just very, very gently going to raise his hand up to touch Gertrude.
You raise your blackened hand up and try to delicately brush first your knuckles against her cheek. You feel her tight brown curly locks against the back of your hand as your fingers trace along her cold skin.
As soon as he feels that, he immediately recoils his hand, and I mean, yeah, I feel like that would probably be enough. Damien screams bloody murder.
Yeah, you do. Do you stay in your bunk?
No, he flings himself out of it and scrambles to the opposite end of the cart.
Okay. You fling yourself out of the bunk, sort of throwing yourself away from the situation. As you do, you stumble onto the center aisle between the bunks in the caravan, sort of landing chest down on the floor, your palms on either side of your chest as you slowly lift your head up. And you're once again face to face with another skeleton in your closet. The broken, crumbled form of Nympha, laying in the hallway. Her body contorted unnaturally, her head sort of upside down as she's, chin upwards towards the ceiling of the caravan. And again, her eyes twisted open in horror and devoid of life.
Wait, okay. Damien just kind of like, yeah, it laughs hysterically for just a moment. And then he says, no, 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 no. And no. And he just kind of like, not really even gets up. He just kind of crawls over in that direction to kind of see it. And yeah.
Yeah.
Damien is just kind of he's kind of maxed out on his processing powers, so to speak. As he's kind of torn between what had happened with what he can see in the bunk, and then seeing Nymphra's mangled and twisted form on the floor. I will say at this point, he's probably been, like, at this point, just seeping tears from the sides of his face. And he just I'm well, okay.
As you basically jolt backwards, sort of scrambling, sliding back on your on your ass, for lack of a better term, not bothering to get up, but you're trying to get as far away from this as you possibly can. You bump into something behind you. You turn around for a moment and you see the monstrous face of a Gribbly. And it goes to dig one of its mantis-like blades into you. As you flinch and scream and do everything you can to get away from this. I hope you don't mind, Jonas. But I imagine a screaming, flailing Damien has essentially shot himself out of his bunk and backed into you, as you have also not been able to sleep.
Okay. I think at first he is way too startled to catch him. But as they're sort of bundled on the floor, I think instinctively Jonas just sort of hugs Damien real damn tight.
I'm gonna say after, like, you touch him, his eyes, without even looking at you, he throws an elbow.
Oh yeah, 100%.
All right. Yeah.
Did you want to attempt to dodge it, Jonas?
Nope.
Okay.
I think it caught him completely off guard because he was just fully running on instinct.
Okay.
Do the rest of us hear this?
Give me a moment. We'll get there.
Okay. Okie dokie.
But yes, Damien, as your elbow collides with Jonas's face, and that groan of pain erupts from Jonas, you open your eyes and you no longer see the Gribbly, but you see your blue fishy friend. Yes, the screaming was definitely heard throughout the caravan, and everyone can be awake. You'll have not had a long rest yet.
Okay. You all right?
Damien pushes away from you, stands up, and goes and checks his bunk.
Okay. Yeah, I know that feeling.
There's nothing in your bunk.
Damien collapses on the ground. Okay.
you. He holds up a finger towards the sky and says, "Fuck you."
This is what Damien's
And then
second
lump,
swear?
like- Yeah, basically. That's his second real swear. As he limply drops his finger down, he says, "Say something."
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's
Okay.
at least an affirmative. That counts.
Okay. I'm going to assume bad dream.
He points to the bunk. Gertrude. He points to the someplace out in the middle of the caravan cart there. He says, "Nymphra." He points to where you are standing. "Monster."
Thanks. I noticed.
Well,
Oh, that's so
Okay,
poignant.
you-
That's so poignant from earlier.
oh, God. Okay, you know. Oh. Okay, firstly, sorry. Secondly, yeah.
Look,
I didn't
okay.
mean it.
That sounds kind of on brand with my boss's style.
Oh,
And if we're being honest, that's the better of the two outcomes.
I mean, I would be honest. I was expecting something. But I guess, yeah.
Hey.
Now I can definitely cross it off.
Okay.
It does
so-
count as making contact.
I'll be honest. And I mean this in no negative or really just sensitive way, but that felt really good. So I'm gonna say that was definitely my boss.
Damien
don't-
raises an eyebrow and he says, "Is it like you're more hydrated or satiated from food?"
Yeah, it is. So, ground rules. I don't... It plays with your senses. Gertrude is fine. I can promise you that. It doesn't have any power this far inland except for what is attached to me. I'm glad it... Again, this is probably really insensitive, but I'm really glad it wasn't an arbiter. That could have been a lot worse.
Yes, I just have also found out that I think I have more trauma related to Gribblies than I previously imagined.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get that. Hug?
Yeah, no elbow this time.
Okay.
And Damien kind of weakly stands up from off the floor and just brings Jonas in for a hug. And he just kind of says, "I know this is probably inviting chaos, but your boss is an asshole."
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I should have warned you better. I'm sorry.
No, I was playing with fire. I got burned. Lesson learned. That was awful. Like,
Yeah. Let's hope it's not every night, because... Ooh, fuck, it can be. Sorry, again, insensitive. Working on it.
No,
Would you
This
like
is
a pot
probably
of tea?
gonna sound-
I was already making one.
Oh, yeah, that sounds extravagant. Is it bad to say that I value this as a learning experience?
That makes two of us.
I mean, I have at this point now definite proof that your patron deity can in fact crack into one's subconscious and pull out, again, their deepest, darkest secrets, which in of itself
kind of.
Yeah, I
tells
didn't
me a
get much
little
out
bit
of
more.
what it. I didn't get much out of what it said to Pin, but it was not good.
Wait. Yeah. No, I think the less deities we have on an, I don't know. I think from here on out, I'm just going to try and keep my interactions with deities to a minimum, barring our current circumstances.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the plan.
I'm gonna like have some tea.
Cinnamon? He says, pouring a cup.
Yeah, that sounds nice. And Damien basically sits there. Oh, sorry. Okay, hold on.
Just a reminder, like the in-character stuff, definitely great, fantastic for when like in-game discussions take a little too long, but like little excerpts can also be said on stream so that the viewers at home can
I just didn't want to break the moment because I was going to say.
y'all were busy talking. I didn't want to be like, well, Ashram does that. No. I think
Because I didn't want to ruin the moment and be like, when Damien points up and says "fuck you," I'm assuming that's just when Cece kind of is leaning over the bunk and just says, "Was like, what did I do?" And then like see that he's talking to Jonas, be like, "I'm just gonna go back to bed."
I think Ashram nearly falls out of his bunk at the scream, and then just pokes his head out the curtain, as all bleary eyed and tired looking. He just kind of looks over at the two of them, and then just kind of raises an eyebrow. I don't think they even notice him. He just kind of raises an eyebrow, and just kind of mumbles to himself, and just shuts the curtain and goes back to sleep.
And then there's just Pin, who wasn't asleep anyway and is thoroughly unbothered.
Actually, I have a question. Hex, over table. Has Jonas and Cece talked about your boss at all? I feel like we have, but I can't confirm if we have or haven't. I'm trying to remember if we did.
For exactly the reason just demonstrated, Jonas has avoided talking about it with you.
Okay, so then Cece's probably gonna hear I hate the comment about your boss, and he's just muttering his breath then just get a new job. How bad is your boss?
Now Cece's the only one not touched by the ravenous.
And I intend to keep it that way.
Yeah, Cece's got a lot of his own shit going on.
Which is to say, anyone knew we beat
What?
his fair game.
That's crazy. Cece's he's just chilling. He's like, hey guys, I'm just here, Compromise is key. Let's remember this.
All right. Yeah. You guys calm down from your uncomfortable experiences tonight. Enjoying a cup of tea, sharing in some camaraderie, and mutual, I guess, dealing with this before eventually before eventually going back to bed. Everyone does get a long rest.
Oh
Yeah,
boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Whoa.
Well,
Okay. I accidentally highlighted everything on my sheet.
That's the second
no, my
fastest
dog.
I've ever burnt. That is the second
My
fastest
dog's
I've ever burnt both my spells.
do you ever burnt yours both? Wait. Oh. Oh boy.
The fastest was 4 getting back-to-back bolted.
Yeah.
I want to apologize. I don't know if it's actually coming through, but I can see my thing going green.
Yes,
my
you
dog
can hear
is
Cannoli
snoring.
It is so cute. I was
We
worried
love
for
that.
for a moment that somebody was groaning, and then I saw you lean forward in embarrassment. I'm like, oh, I think it might be the pupper.
It's she's
Pupper.
happy.
Oh, poor baby. All right. But yeah, I'm gonna switch off from the scary music. Morning finds y'all.
Morning
Finally.
can get on the morning can get in line.
Yeah, real.
Yeah, okay. I think still slightly ruffled from the sparse sleep. We are awake. And we need another pot of tea, stat.
That would be preferable. Yes.
I feel like Cece wakes up on like compared to everyone like actually like pretty ready for
Well
the day.
rested,
And, like,
yeah.
yeah, it's just like okay, so like real quick, while you're making that tea, do you want to show me how to do the stuff with the ox, and I can at least like get us going, I guess.
I was literally about to ask where we were on rations. I don't know who's keeping tally of
I have like 20 left currently. I had like 25.
that. I think we should go for a supply run before leaving today. I think we should leave no later than noon.
I mean, that's fine. I can still make our way to the market with this, and it's on the way. So
Yeah.
Alright. We'll get
I've
supplies.
only failed my cart driving exam twice. It's fine, guys.
CCA will say, having lived here for the past few years, you do know that the market district tends to be incredibly busy, and that foot traffic might be the easiest.
So
In that case,
Cece would probably. Yeah,
so obviously, this is not debatable. We are not attempting to get a different cart today.
no. I was gonna say Cece probably would suggest like, since Jonas is the one who knows how to drive the cart, Jonas can drive the cart to like the thing, and we'll meet him there, and then I'll see. Oh,
I think Jonas was also going to suggest that he will take the cart over nearer the teleportation pad, and then we'll reconvene.
and then before you go, Cece will just be like, "Is there anything in specific you want? I'm gonna make sure to go with them because." And he looks at Ashram and is like, "You have expensive tastes."
No, I don't. Literally the last time we got groceries, I got the barest we needed to live, and also like a few treats for Tasty. I don't think that's expensive. Also, my prestidigitation can make anything taste like anything, so I will literally eat slop. Like, just
Standard
because I
wizard
like
behavior.
other things, just because I like the taste of other things doesn't mean I can't live off the basics. I'm gonna make it taste good one way or the other. That's just what I can do. If you want to go, though, I was gonna, get us an unseen servant to make it easier to carry the stuff back. And
No,
I was gonna go with you. I would rather have more than one person go on the trip just in case.
The trip with Jonas or the trip to the market?
We know what happens when people go off alone, and I just kind of look over at Damien. Like, let's not maybe do that for a bit, huh?
Pin is.
I
with
mean,
me.
if we're keeping track.
Unless Pin would like to go purchase a few things.
Yeah. I think Pin would volunteer to go with Cece.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Damien did mumble that he is willing to go as well.
Sick.
So
The only comment Jonas makes on like what all do we need is Jonas just says, "Well, I'm not running out of tea anytime soon."
Lord.
Get some bitter chocolate. That's all I ask for.
Oh, believe me, we will not run out of that.
Maybe a few fruits. How much gold would you need?
Well, so as mention of fruit, he CC'd me like, "Oh, you are asking for the wrong thing right now in this city."
Yeah, we don't.
But he doesn't say it, but I'm like, "You are asking for fresh fruit." That is, we're not a tavern. I don't have that. We don't have those
you
funds.
can get, and I can supplement that with magic. It'll be fine.
Yeah, we get dried raisins here. Or like
That's
dried
good.
apricots.
Not as much as raisins, but I'll shout out on an apricot.
Look, I just need something to survive on. If y'all can get something, I will be happy to cover the next however many ration runs after we get the key,
After
because
we
I
do the
don't
trade.
know exactly
Yeah.
how much I'm gonna have, and I don't really have pocket change on me. I've got
I
he
was gonna say,
produces a few
Plat-
produces a few platinum bars. Like, this is the smallest
Damien-
I've got in currency.
Hang on, dearest Dungeon Master Oko, how much is rations for a week?
Rations
For-
are 5 silver
for
per
one
day per person.
Okay, so let's say 7.
So 5 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Is
You
100
said
silver a gold or 10 silver a gold?
10.
We have this question
10.
every time.
10 silver, so it's
Okay.
10.
So for
Yeah,
a
so it's
week,
10 gold
7
basically for.
days. Divided. No.
Is it really
Divided.
70
gold
gold.
for a week?
People don't make 10 gold in a week.
Yeah, that seems like a lot.
You guys are being charged
The
a
rations-
gold every time you're teleporting in DevCast.
And additionally, rations are made specifically for adventurers.
And also,
Yeah, it's
5
like-
silver for a single day of rations is directly from the player's handbook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
just
so-
like sort of squinting at whatever
But
the
it's
heck
not like
the...
10 gold for a... Hang on, that 10 gold isn't... That seems like too much. One second.
But
I'll
it's
just
not.
go on
It's
the
like
run.
3
I'll
gold for a
pay for
week.
it.
Yeah, it's 3.5 gold for a week, so...
3.5
So that's-
gold times how many people?
Give me 1 second.
Nikki's already put
I'm
the calculation in chat.
Yeah, I was about
So
to
the
say.
question is, does Pin eat rations?
I think Warforged
Yeah.
technically don't need to eat, so I think technically you are putting it against 4 people. Unless Pin wants to eat as a treat
Yeah,
to
Pin-
feel
Let's
normal.
see, Pin has likes to have.
So we get...
Yeah, Pin has likes to have meals with us at times.
They used to be human, guys.
Yeah,
You
I
know that.
I know
Yeah.
they generally choose to eat. I just...
So...
So we'll pay... We'll get Pin food.
So 20. Hold on. 24 gold, 5 silver, according to Nikki's calculation. 4 weeks worth of
That
rations.
is...
Okay.
For all of us?
Yes.
Yeah, for
Yes.
a week's worth of rations for the party.
That is
Well,
incorrect.
hang on. Nikki is calculating for 7 people.
Hold on. No,
Yeah.
Nikki was calculating for a week, which is 7 days.
The week.
Oh, sorry. Yes, 20.
Yeah.
Yes, you are correct. 24.
Sorry.
It's
she's
3
getting
gold
she's
for
getting
free.
35 instead of 25.
30.
Times 7.
Okay.
Here we go. 175 silver. So
It's still 245.
17.
The three was mistyped.
Yeah.
17.5 gold. Okay. Math. Okay.
I'm so bad
I
at
am
math. I don't know
willing
why I enjoy
to-
the number game.
Because it's not about the numbers. It's about the trauma.
It was also a lie.
Yeah.
I
Bro.
fucking graduated math with
Okay.
honors.
I am willing to put.
Yeah, but you don't
Uh,
continue to practice math all.
This is true.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna put 9. Since y'all helped me out when I didn't have any money, I'm gonna put 9 gold towards this. A little more than half. For
I'm
everyone.
gonna cut that. I'm gonna take 4 of that. I was like, Ash, I still have some plat. I'll take the 4, and I have silver, and then that makes it basically no change, not having to worry about anything.
Oh, okay. Are you? So you're taking my 9?
Taking the 4 because I have plat, so that would be
4.
2 plat and 4 golds, 24. Well, because that's extra basically. And
Okay,
then
you're
that way we
taking
can get you
4
your
gold.
sweet. That way we can get you your bitter chocolate and the dried apricots
Okay, so you're taking.
because that's gonna
4
be
gold.
extra.
I just want to be clear. What I'm removing off of my character sheet is 4 gold.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. So then I need to add 5 back. Got it.
Also, this market has food, but also has general things as well, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking almost like kind of like a Walmart or Target basically type deal.
So the market district is essentially hole-in-the-wall storefronts, but also tents and stalls set up on the street. It is, you
Okay,
have
got it.
a whole bunch of people trying to sell you shit. So you can definitely find pretty much anything you're looking for, with the exception of magical goods.
Of magic scrolls.
However,
Yep.
if you look deep enough, you could probably find some magical goods at a considerable markup.
Okay.
And fresh
Yeah.
fruit at a considerable
Yes.
markup.
So, Damien, did you said you wanted to come with us, or did you want to go with Jonas? I'm fine with either. Me and Pin had been in DevCast for a while, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
I had originally decided I would go with you, but I had given it a second thought as I realized, as he points his crook over to his flock member, I can't necessarily think of just traveling with myself, and I would rather not make a scene. I think I believe I'll make less of a one with Jonas.
Okay. And then Cece's like, sounds good. And then basically looks to like Pin and Stein is like, shall we get going? It's going to be a little bit longer for us than them.
Pin will say, yeah, let's go.
Cool.
All right. Again, using teleportation stations, you can take a single teleportation pad from the industrial district to the market district, but it is it is 1 gold per person. And
I was about to say,
sorry, Stein counts as a person.
random question: do these people look like they have change on them?
Oh, those who are.
Oh, they're gold.
Yeah, they can probably break something.
Like the people taking payment. Cool. I hand them like basically. I'm like, hey, I'm really sorry to do this. I hate doing this, but I don't have gold on me right now. Could you break a plat?
The girl who's taking care of this teleportation pad today, she sort of like eyes go wide and just go, oh man, shift just started. You know what?
Okay.
No, you know what? I think I can. Yeah, so long as
I'm so
nobody else
sorry.
asks me to break anything.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I hate doing this. I know how bad
I
it
would
is.
just, if I would just suggest you make your way over to one of the banks today to break the rest, okay?
Okay, thank you. Have a wonderful day. And then I'm like, hand the plat, and I'm assuming it's basically 3 gold for me, Stein, and Pin, and then
Yeah.
I'll just take the 7 gold back.
What?
Well, that's not how much gold I have.
Ooh.
I accidentally added a 4.
Those going with the caravan, it is again 2 gold for using the cargo teleportation pad. So it's Ash, Jonas, and Damien, and your flock member does not count as a person, so you do not pay an
Sick.
additional fee for that.
I mean, I objected. Well, actually, no. I guess no. That's okay. Yeah,
Are you
that's-
gonna sit here and argue the semantics of that?
Oh, I
Well,
thought
no.
y'all didn't specifically want me to go out.
No.
That's why I was giving the money. I was hanging out at the.
I
cart.
do not believe we will be taking any teleportation pads on the way there.
Oh, my bad. I assumed you guys were going to go to the teleportation station.
Like,
Thank God you gave us extra
we're
time. Thank
slowly
you.
making our way over there. But
okay, so
the
you guys
intent
are-
is to get there.
You guys
like,
are
we're
driving
getting
there.
them. Yeah, we're driving there, so we don't have to pay any extra fines on the way. So that the shopping team has time to shopping.
Gotcha.
Ah.
I understand now. I just assume everybody wants the
That's
convenience
smart.
of teleportation pads. I'm gonna say
people like-
team shopping. You guys don't really have any issues. You're able to acquire the rations. CC, you do see that there is a vendor selling fresh fruit. It would cost you to get a box of oranges. It would cost you 3 gold.
Okay. Before I do that, I'd like to look for like a market that shop that has clothing. I would like a new coat. I still don't have one. I
Okay.
want my coat back.
Yeah.
And I'll probably find one and be like, Pin, I need some help choosing which one do you think I should get?
They will.
Or Stein. Stein can also choose.
Stein will basically give the thumbs up to anything you put on.
It's not helpful.
It's not helpful at all. Are you going for something specifically cold weather, or are you just going for run-of-the-mill traveling gear?
So, kind of, I would say more so like kind of, I'm assuming one, I don't know what the time frame is currently, but I'm assuming it's like warmer out, so I'm probably going colder just because like those are usually on discount currently. But also like kind of similar to the coat I was had beforehand, which was a little heavier.
Sorry. Yeah, you are able to find a sort of a colder weather coat for. Hold on. Yeah, you're able to find a cold weather coat. It's not very fancy. It's kind of mundane, kind of dull, but you're able to find it for 2 gold.
Dick. Okay. So you said 2 gold for that, and then it'll be 3 gold for the box of oranges.
Box of oranges. And the person also tries to get you some clusters of grapes for additional 2 gold.
Can I try to haggle that down? I'll be like, I will do all of, because it says I'd like to haggle down a little bit. I'm like, I understand they're rare, but also like, I'm taking a whole box of these things off their hands for them.
True. Roll me a persuasion.
Let's go! I'm great at that. I love being able to use my ability. Yeah.
The bard does the
That is a 20.
shopping.
Anything less than a 10 is considered a 10, so that's a 20.
Damn. All right then. Fuck me. The person.
College Eloquence Bard.
The person knows at this point that like it is kind of harder to move fresh fruit in DevCast, especially for the prices that they sell it at. How much are you trying to haggle it down for?
So, box of oranges was like what? You said 3 grapes would be another 2?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'd go down. I'd probably do initially 3, knowing how bartering works, because they're going to be like, that's too low. But
they are going to try to bring you back up to 4.
I'll take 4.
Okay.
No, 3.5. No.
I hate breaking gold into silver.
That's not your job. That's their job to do it.
I hate being an inconvenience.
When the bard has
You
anxiety.
Bartering for oranges.
What? No. He's a people person. He loves people. He just hates when people feel like he's inconvenienced them. That's what makes him such a people person.
Anxiety.
No. No.
Frank.
No.
The denial.
Me, the psych major, knowing that's anxiety, like, no, CZ doesn't have that. He, what?
No, buddy.
All right. All right. Is there anything else you wish to acquire in the shopping district?
Just the regular rations, which would be, you said, basically 175 total gold, correct?
175. Hold on. It was 175 silver.
Oh, 175 silver. Yeah, sorry.
By
So yeah, so then
10.
I'll just
So that's 17.5 gold.
yeah, so I'll do wherever we get like the main rations from, I'll just basically give them like the exact change. So it's gonna be the 1 plat, the 7 gold, and then 5 silver. That way I'm like, hey, that way you don't have to break it, because I feel awful enough giving them a plat.
They are shocked at your wealth, but they accept it. All right.
And then I'm like, and then I looked up and I was like, anything else you want to get while we're here before we go meet everyone else? We don't have to tell them, it's fine.
I can't speak on that because I don't know if Mio specifically wants to get anything. So maybe because
we'll retcon it.
We're literally about to wrap up,
Yeah.
so we'll wait until next time so Mio can have that conversation. So Mio can be there for that conversation. But
Tin
team
opens up their mouth and it's just the Faceogram fitness test. Is it that?
but Team Caravan, you guys do make it to the teleportation station with relatively no issue. Jonas, you can definitely feel the difference in maneuvering the caravan with only the 1 oxen. It's
Especially
nowhere-
because it's not even centered.
It's not even centered. The ride is nowhere near as smooth. The cart sort of lists to the right now and again, and you have to correct it. But it is moving. You were having it move slow enough through the streets as a precaution, so it's. I'm not going to make you roll anything for maneuvering
It's
that.
manageable.
Yeah, it's manageable. As you guys make it to the large teleportation station in the deep in the mountains, or deep in the underground of Devcast. How long has my microphone been muted? Oh,
we heard,
no.
we heard all of that. I
No,
heard,
Yeah.
it's muted
No,
on
but it was
OBS
muted on
side.
OBS side.
Oh, not the
Adjusting.
stream. Oh no.
Oh, hopefully it hasn't been for too long. I've just been rattling off, describing them getting lowered down into the teleportation station, reminding folks that it is beneath the center, or beneath the surface of the earth, and in a effectively repurposed dwarven kingdom beneath the mountain that Devcast now calls home.
Frankly, we love the scuff.
Yeah.
It do be like that.
Oh my god.
Remember, it's not stuff. It's now you can just do. If anything, you're just like, okay, cool. I guess we're doing voiceovers for the VOD.
No.
Yep.
Okay, so as I was saying, Damien, despite
Yeah.
the bustling and the sounds and the voices and the whirring of mechanical beasts and so on and so forth, your half-elven ears sort of perk up at a familiar sound. You hear bells. You hear a large cluster of footsteps stepping in rhythm. You see groups of people giving wide berth to a very large progression of death shepherds and their flocks.
Yeah, Damien's head like snaps like a swivel once he actually puts two and two together. And I mean, yeah, okay, so like what is the procession? How big is the flock? Like what, like with my knowledge in death shepherding, just at a glance, what can I get from this?
So the way I imagine the Death Shepherd subclasses working is warlocks tend to be the ones that get a larger number of members in their flocks. Clerics tend to get more robust, beefier flocks of like 1 to 3. and they're not
Right.
warlocks. Clerics. Clerics get beefier ones of 1
That's
to
what you
3.
said.
Okay, I did say clerics.
Yeah.
Whew, I thought I said warlocks. And warlocks tend to get 1 flock member.
A figure. Oh, you said warlocks get the biggest with a bunch, then clerics or warlocks get the most.
No.
Clerics get 1 to 3.
Wizards get the
and then
most.
warlocks again.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, thank
Wizards
you.
get the most. Clerics get the beefiest. Warlocks get 1.
So you
Okay.
did misspeak, warlock. You just did it earlier than you thought. Awesome. Cool.
Cool. Okay. But yes, Damien, with your knowledge, you see. I imagine Damien sort of like, as soon as he hears this, sort of leaves the caravan and starts making his way over, trying to get close, trying to arm his way through these crowds so he can... Cat, what are you doing? So he can finally get this glimpse of home that he hasn't seen in a while.
Without
You see-
thinking, honestly.
Yeah, without thinking, honestly, yeah. You see walking on either side of this large progression of death shepherds and flocks, you see easily probably about 6 to maybe 10 of the very ornate and decorative warforged walking on either side of the flocks here to sort of protect them from the crowds. You see, if you had to guess, probably about 50, at least 50 undead flanking about a handful of death shepherds as they are leading this progression.
Damien is kind of taken aback. As again, a procession of this size.
Sorry, procession, yes.
Right? Yeah. you said that.
I feel like I said progression, but yes, procession.
Oh.
Procession. The word I can't
Procession.
say right now is the one that's correct.
Yes.
Listen, it's 1:15 in the
Oh.
morning for me, okay?
I know. Listen, we're not gonna have. I promise, we're not gonna have the infinity one more minute. You know. But Damien is just kind of left speechless from the size of this, because to see something like this moving outside of Vermod is insane for at least him to witness.
You remember back home, the roads specifically designed to have large groups of undead moving with their shepherds away from the regular foot traffic, and sort of seeing them cramped and packed in this densely populated city that clearly was not built for them. It's almost shocking. Like it's the best allegory I can think of is it's almost like a culture shock.
Yeah. It is insane. Now that I'm a little closer, can you potentially indulge me in, Damien, identify like the age and perhaps not like exact lineage, but I want to get a gauge of what the actual contents of this flock is.
As in the creatures it's comprised of?
Yes, like the flock members. That's basically what I'm asking.
He doesn't care about the people leading it.
No, he doesn't care about the people leading.
Well,
Got
I
it.
do. Well, I assume it's easier for me to see right now because the people. Well, okay. Would shepherds typically lead from the front or from the back?
From the front.
Kind of. Okay, right. So where am I in comparison? Like, just help my mind palace here. There's the main procession. Where am I relative to that?
You're sort of in a crowd on the side of it. So basically, you're trying to see past these large, ornate warforged to sort of get an idea of the heritages of the or the races of the flock members right now.
Okay. All right.
It is largely comprised of, like humans and elves. Less commonly dwarves and gnomes, like common races to Belmas. Every now and again,
Yeah.
a dragonborn. The flock members that take up sort of the back of this procession is the familiar to you, possibly, or at least fabled, because I don't think you would have worked too closely with members of the Immortals. You do see some.
Right.
You do see some interned Immortals in the back. And a reminder for those who may not know, Immortals are members of DevCast's cream of the crop warriors, because DevCast was originally known for its medals and its warriors, who have basically agreed through this pact that DevCast has with Vermod, that it have agreed that in their death, their bodies will be given to Vermod. They are they are denoted by black skull tattoos on their face.
Okay, that was definitely what Damien was looking for, because he knew for a procession of this size, they were moving something big. And that would be it. So can I from here spy anyone who I would perceive as the shepherds for these flocks?
I'm going to say with how densely populated the teleportation stations are, and with how far along this procession is at this point, where you're sort of basically gawking from along the side of everything, you might have missed the shepherds at this point.
Okay. And I'm just going to assume here that the crowd is probably too densely packed for me to brute force my again, willowy Damien to brute force his way to the
It
front
was
of the
already like
procession.
swimming upstream to get to this point.
Yeah. Can I get an idea of where they're headed? I mean, I know
Roll
I
me an
have
intelligence check.
I know like the main teleportation circles, and I know the thing
Uh-huh.
with Emeralia.
Uh-huh.
And also again, well, specifically, I forget now, the Immortals.
Mhm.
Is that the right one? Okay. Those were, I remember from that newspaper, they were being sent out to Emeralia.
Yeah, roll me an intelligence.
So, okay, all right, sorry. Biggie to bet.
14. It is
All right, last roll of the-
exceptionally...
It is last roll of the day. I'm going to give the D10.
Thank you.
I forgot about the D10.
Let's go.
Yeah.
You're a real homie.
Even
I
smarter.
appreciate you.
Even smarter.
24! Okay. It is
There we go.
incredibly common knowledge that Emerilia is not on the teleportation network because of their prejudice against Vermod. They did not want to give
yeah, you're
Vermod
right.
any opportunity to possibly backdoor into their kingdom. If these
Thank
guys
you,
are
I'd forgot
here,
that.
they are not for Emerilia, because Vermod has a better means of moving people en masse to specific
Right.
locations. You might not be super familiar with it, and nobody else here probably would be, except for maybe Ashram. But you assume that these are the flocks that have been requested for Ainsborough.
Ah, okay. Oh, okay. I mean, all right. I guess as like Damien kind of sits there being jostled left and right as he's sitting there again, for anybody on the outside, because I'd like to think that he's like working through all the details in this as he's getting pushed about. He also screws with his ponytail anytime he's deep in thought and working through a problem, and as he finally comes to that conclusion, he does kind of just have that and he himself personally feels a lot better. I mean, granted, Ainsborough in and of itself, he that whole situation there, he does not like the idea of anybody going back into those games. Well, I mean, can't really point a finger, so bygones. Yeah. he's just part of him feels relieved to know that assistance is being lent, and hopefully maybe that there's a chance that Nemphra was it Echo and some of the flock could maybe be recovered. I mean, not Nemphra alive, but still. But still, kind of some of, especially into the stark contrast in the kind of sheer terror and dread instilled in him in, recent history. This has been a sonorous note of just genuine joy. Plus, again, just seeing stuff from home has been a comfort to him. Also, these Warforged, you said that they're big. So definitely larger than Echo, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. In his time working in Vermod, would he have seen models like these?
Yes. These are, again, more so designed with the idea of combat and war in mind. Echo was more
Okay.
so a personal guard for Nemphra. So can throw hands, but not designed to do like long-term combat.
Win a fight, not the war.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I can respect that. All right. Damien also now, having seen the procession, and as it probably, shoves along at its pace, he kind of now realizes that he has gotten completely separated from his friends. And Damien doesn't have a good sense of direction.
Well, that is going to have to be a problem for next session.
Tomorrow's problem.
Because we are rapidly doing 30 minutes over again.
Oh, God.
I mean, it's...
Gosh dang
Look at it this way. It's only 30 minutes over.
Only 30 minutes.
Oh, boy.
We can and have done worse.
Jiminy Crickets.
All right, but I'm going to do the funny little ink stained command. And I want to take some time to thank my amazing players. In the top left-hand corner, we have Damien, played by Simply Your Buddy. Normally, next to him, we have Pin, played by Mio Possum, but she was unfortunately unable to make it this week. Probably
That's why today's episode sucked.
What do you mean it sucked?
No. Just for VOD watches.
Oh my god.
Shut up. She'll be back next time. You can have your precious bean.
Next to Mio's empty spot, we have Ashram, played by
Pen, not Mio.
High Queen Didi. Next we have Cece, played by Fridays with Frank. And lastly, we have Jonas, played by Hex of Elzaro. Thank you guys again so much for being awesome players. Sorry I traumatized some of you a little bit. If you guys are able to,
Usual.
I would very much love if you can stick around in post-game chat so I can talk to you and do some aftercare, which is, in my personal opinion, highly needed after intense horror sessions.
Yeah.
Yas.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to deafen, and I'll be with you guys in a moment. Okay? They are ready?
Ugly duckling.
Evans.
All right. We're going to do this. Oh, where am I? I was here the whole time. All right, but thank you guys again so much for hanging out with us today. I hate that this is becoming a trend, but I'm honestly really tired, and I just really don't want to raid out. So I just want to take some time, thank some folks who made today a little extra special. We surprisingly had a lot of activity today, which is uncommon for D&D streams, and I'm really happy to see it. We had Red Sky Vocals who followed when I was offline, but I still want to make sure that they get the recognition. We had Karinga who came with a raid and re-upped his sub, and then we had Adventures in Eldergard, I'm assuming another D&D stream channel, who raided us and then also followed us. Thank you so much. We had Fluffy Bunny Bro who followed. Nikita Esprion came in with a raid. We had Senior Dingus Grease who followed, So Floofy who followed, Kate who came in with a raid, and Quirana who followed. Thank you all so much for the activity. If you guys are new here, if this is your first time tuning in, I highly recommend checking out the socials tab because my VODs do get uploaded to YouTube. For those, again, who may be new, Inkstained is one of 2 of my D&D campaigns that take place in the same universe at roughly the same time. So the things that Group A does affect Group B. You guys probably heard in that last 10 minutes there, Damien talking about the stuff happening in Emerillia. Well, that is stuff that is in my older, longer running campaign, Emerillia Murders. So feel free to check that out there if you wanted to catch up with either story. If you want something to throw on in the background while you work out, do chores, whatever you need to do, feel free to tune into there. If you guys maybe are interested in hearing more or maybe discussing things that were on today's session, like some of the horror stuff, feel free to join the Discord. We're a pretty awesome, cool group of people. We are a bunch of geeks who are super friendly, super welcoming, super what's the word I normally use? Sorry, it's tired. we are accepting and we are welcoming. We are a safe space, and we have a lot of amazing gamers and people in there. We have a massive Destiny 2 community that raids every Thursday night. We have a massive Monster Hunter community who basically the entire Discord is currently playing Monster Hunter Wild. So if you're looking for people to hunt up with, definitely find some folks there. And whenever I want to play a game that's more fun with more folks, I always go to my Discord first. So games like Apex Legends, League of Legends, Overwatch, Red Dead Redemption Online, Final Fantasy XIV Online, Valheim the Forest, The Owl, Pacifier Devour, Sons of the Forest, Raft, Minecraft, Baldur's Gate 3, Lethal Company, Medieval Dynasty, Among Us, Jackbox, and many, many more. Thank you guys again so much for being amazing. Thank you all so much for being here and for listening along. And until I get to see you all again on Monday, I hope you all stay awesome, stay safe, and well, I guess this is bye-bye.